So Okay, so we're going to be spending some time, and by God's grace, we are trusting God that we'll look at various aspects and some things that will help us to make the work we are doing better and more effective. And so it is because of that that we deem it necessary to organize a meeting of this nature. It's a training. Actually, we target is a teacher's professional development program. You can see this. This is Focus College of Education, Settlement House ADR Training Institute Center, and we are organizing this professional teachers development training for you, so that at the end of it, we believe that will be better off. And so I will encourage us to pick up our writing materials, and then you permit me to we'll use our writing materials, and then take notes of questions we may want to ask in the course of this training, and we will be good. So as I said, my name is Nanchang Nangwang. I'm here with my colleague. You've seen his name is Pastor Alko Elias. He's a pastor with the Redeemed Church, particularly a youth pastor. As you can see, he is a certified building engineer, and I don't know why he ran away from building to become a pastor. He's a certified teacher. He holds a postgraduate diploma in Christian mission theology. He is a holder of a bachelor degree in building. He has a master's degree in construction technology. He is a trainer and facilitator for the professional diploma in education program with Settlement House ADR Training Institute. He has taught mathematics, in several schools, and he's still a mathematics teacher, and we are happy to have him around and here with us. Please join me to welcome Mr. Yes, my humble self, I am by name Nanchang Nangwang, and I'm a lawyer by profession, and I'm a dispute resolution specialist. I'm a lot of things, and I wear different caps, and so I believe that in the course of our time together, we are going to enjoy a lot of things by God's grace. And so let's feel free. We're at home, and this meeting is live streamed. And so please, let's conduct ourselves and then ask questions, behave professionally as we can. And then we believe that whatsoever you are getting in this place, it will be worth it at the end of the day. And then if maybe when the principal so wishes, for those who may want to have a certificate for the professional development, we will get to sort out that aspect. Now, today we have a lot of tasks on our hands. As I told you, we are going to be together for a while, and then our agenda for today, as God will help us, is to look at, we are here in a school. This is a school, chapel of Goodnews Academy, right? Right? So Goodnews Academy has its reason for establishing, let's say, Chapel of Good News has a reason for establishing Goodnews Academy, and then you have the aims and objectives of Goodnews Academy. If you are a teacher in Goodnews Academy, you should understand what the aims and objectives of Goodnews Academy is, because we cannot all be working from different directions, right? Where there is no unity, if we are not harmonized in what we are doing, it will be difficult for us to actually achieve the purpose or the reason why we are here in the school, right? So, and then we are going to be looking at the goals of education in Nigeria. When you are sending a child to school, or someone is going to the secondary school, primary school, university, what are the goals? What do you intend to achieve? What is the purpose of sending a child to school? So we are going to be looking at these things, and then, very important, we are going to be looking at the domains of learning. You know, as a teacher, there are certain aspects, there are facts that should be at your disposal, because when you are in the classroom, you are dealing with different kinds of people, different kinds of students from different backgrounds, right? Isn't it? And then those different kinds of people or students from different backgrounds, they have different levels of learning, right? So, and then there are a lot of things that contributes to the activeness or inactiveness of a child or a student in school. So as a teacher, you should be able to understand and pick out those who are exceptionally good, and those who are average, and those who are poor. And then it is your duty as a professional teacher to be able to know how you can carry those who are not doing well along. Are we together? So when you enter a class and you just say, this bright child, you know, any question, he keeps answering, he's overshadowing everybody. At the point in time, everybody will become reluctant in the class. And I know now, it's not Mike, everything is Mike. And then they will start developing some kind of thing. So we are going to be looking at domains of learning. We are going to be looking at process of development. We are going to be looking at cognitive and intellectual development. And then we are going to be looking at moral development. Then we'll look at relevance of communication in the teaching and learning process. You know, what we are doing now is communication. And then when you are in the class, you are communicating. In fact, without communication, the issue of teaching will not even arise, right? So how do I, as a teacher, make my teaching effective? Are there some things I need to look out for? These are some of the things we'll be considering. And then we are going to be looking at ethics in teacher education. Are we together? The concept of right and wrong, the concept of things, boundaries of a teacher. What are the qualities, you know, that you should find in a teacher? Are we together? You know, it will surprise you to know that as a teacher, you hold a place and a position far better than some of the parents of the students you are teaching. Do you know that? So some of the things you do will go a long way to either mar or make the child. So the child does not only learn from the things you are teaching him, he learns several other things from your life. I don't know whether you have had that experience, and then, you know, a child comes back home and then he hears his mother calling something different from the way he was taught. Say, Mommy, no, this is not how to pronounce this thing. The child will be pronouncing it the way the teacher taught him. So he has more faith in the teacher more than his parents. Are we together? So if you don't understand your position as a professional teacher, and you know the impacts you are going to be making on the life of the child, then there will be a lot of misfiring. Teaching should not be done for the sake of making money or making living. It should be a lifestyle, it should be a calling, so that you can be committed. Just like you see a pastor or an imam, right, in the church or mosque, saying that this is his calling and he's doing it. If you are a teacher, you are called to do it. You do it joyfully, do it with excitement, happily, knowing that this is my pursuit. This is what I intend to achieve. right? But if you don't know why you are teaching, maybe your only reason for teaching is that you want to earn your salary and then nothing concerns you, then you are going to be causing more havoc in the educational system. Are we together? So we are going to be looking at that. We are going to be looking at preparing to teach. Your lesson note, your lesson plan, and then questioning techniques. These are vital and critical skills when it comes to, when it has to do with a teacher. Are we together? Are we together? Then we are going to be looking at classroom management, class management. You are in the class, you are in charge of the class. You should be able to make that class effective, conducive, and okay for learning to take place. Are we together? So you are going to be looking at how do you actually do that. And then you look at methods of teaching. We have varieties, different methods of teaching. Are we together? And you need to look out for the one that will best suit you. In fact, as a teacher, when you try one method and you see it's not effective, that is why you will look at assessment at the end of it. One of the critical questions we keep asking is, is exams the true test of knowledge? So one of the major things we know. So as a teacher, you should find different ways of testing your students. You have some people who are very intelligent, but they are not outspoken. So if you are going to assess them based on answering questions in the class, you are on your own, right? But if you give them opportunity to write, you'll be surprised. And some people, they are very slow in writing. If only you give them opportunity to say what they intend to write, wow, that would be wonderful. It is for you as a teacher to be able to know all of those things. If you try one method and it's not working, you try the other, right? So that's why you're going to be exposed to a lot of them. Well, these things are actually part of the professional diploma in education program. For those who are not certified teachers, these are some of the things you benefit when you enroll for some of these trainings, and then you get equipped, right? Said, a man's what? Gifts makes a way for him, right? So go and sharpen your skills, your gifts, and it's like crude oil. Out of crude oil, you have a lot of things, right? That can come out of it. But if they give you crude oil, can you use it for anything? The raw crude oil. But you can get kerosene, you can get soap, you can get all manner of things. So you have to process that gift. You have to make it fine, right? Isn't it? So you have people that follows people to build, and then they learn in the course of the process. Then this man here has gone to school to study building. Are we together? So when you meet him, he will give you his bill, and he's calling millions of naira. But when you call a mason, the man can do, but they say, I will give you 50,000. What is too much now? But you'll be doing those things because this one has gone. Maybe he's even talented. He has the gift and the ability to build, but he has gone to school and enhanced it, right? So you see him, he becomes a professional. So if you want to teach, be a professional. Are we together? And then you are going to be looking at the role of measurement and evaluation in the school system. You must be able to assess your students so that you will know whether your teaching methods are not okay, right? Whether you need to change one or two things. You need to even evaluate whether the curriculum itself is actually achieving the purpose for which it was designed. It's assessment and evaluation that will help you know whether this thing is effective or not. Are we together? Then these are some of the things we are going to be looking at. And then you know that in the course of teaching and learning, you are going to come in contact with a lot of people. That's why we're talking about teamwork. You can see how many are we here? We're up to maybe 10, 15, thereabout. All these people come together in order to pursue a goal. If you teach somebody social studies and you don't teach him mathematics, is he going to make headway? No. So you see, mathematics, agri, social studies, CRS and all of those things, they are all combined together. It becomes a teamwork. You cannot leave somebody, one person, to do it all. And then in the course of interaction, you are going to have friction. Right? Oga, what is it now? You always, they say 40 minutes. Why can't you keep to your time? You are always eating into my time. That's conflict on its own. Right? And so we're going to be looking at conflict resolution in the teaching and learning environment. Right? Are we together? Are we together? So I think at this juncture we are good to go, right? Are we? Okay. So if we are good to go, then by God's grace, I will continue the class. So as we say, we are going to have an interactive session. Please take note of questions. We have a lot to cover. This thing we want to go out of our way to give you the best we can within the shortest time possible. Are we together? And we feel these are things that we need. That is why you see we make emphasis. We really want to make this thing. Yes, so our principal is here. Please, I think I've sent the link to this. You can send it to the primary school session for those who may be willing to connect. Yes, so we don't want to waste the opportunity, really. So now, without waste of time, you know, we need peace, right? Huh? If there is no peace, will you be here? Let's say your child is sick at home, will you be here? So you will not. Are we together? If your child is not, if your child is sick or there is a problem at home and your mind is not stable, you won't be here, right? So according to Oxford Online Dictionary, it says peace is freedom from disturbance. Are we together? Freedom from disturbance. There are a lot of things that can disturb us. As little as there is no food at home. When I get home, how am I going to cope? That can be a disturbance. So that will be there is no peace in that area. So you can look at peace from different areas, right? Then you see, they said it also refers to tranquility, soundlessness, noiselessness. Anything that can interfere with your mental, physical, or whatsoever state you are, it can be referred to as well, lack of peace, right? If you are not healthy, you are not at peace, sir. Is it correct? You are not at peace. Are we together? So, teamwork is the combined action of a group, especially when effective and efficient. Now here we are. We're in school, right? Goodnews Academy. So, Goodnews Academy is a school established with aims and objectives. And then if you want to do something, you should know that the guiding principle is the aim and the objective, right? The goals of the school, right? So, but our emphasis is that you need teamwork. If there is peace, everybody is at peace, and then everybody is working on different directions. They say, okay, exams is going to be in May, June, right? And then one teacher says, see, I have more important things to do. Put my lectures and my classes after the WAEC or the NECO. Do you understand? So you can see that when you are coming this way, the other person is working that way. So when there is no teamwork in pursuing a goal, then there is going to be a lot of problem. Are we together? So this school that you are, the aim is to produce God-fearing students, right? God-fearing students in the light of a balanced academic curriculum. That's number one aim. Number two, to produce practical Christian disciples that will spread the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ. So you see, it is combining both secular and what? Spiritual aspects of learning together, right? So you want to equip these people both academically and what? Spiritually. You have a goal, you are specific, right? And so if you don't have aim, you don't have purpose, you don't have, they call them NFA, right? No future, no ambition. You know, if you are a person, you don't have goal, then you walk anyhow, anywhere you go, say, hey, we are going to Google, let's go. Say, we are going to watch film, let's go. What is your own? What are you pursuing? Right? So this school, this is the two aims they have. Then as per their objectives, one, they want to provide qualitative, functional education, serving as a model institution for others in Nigeria. Are we together? So by the time you know the aims and the goals or the objective of the school where you are teaching, you must understand this so that you can key in and contribute your quota. Because individual teachers, be it maybe if you are working in the kitchen or in the security or wherever you are, all the things you are doing collectively is for the pursuit of these goals, right? Pursuit of these aims and objectives, right? So you must know the aims and objectives, knowing that you are very, very important. And without your contribution, there will be a loophole. Let's say you are building. By the time one block is not in that place, you know the problem? You see that the place that needs to be covered is not covered, so you can see through. Things can pass through, right? Snakes, so scorpions, so anything can creep in, isn't it? So you see that you are important in filling that position and contributing. For the building to stand, each block has its own contribution, isn't it? Oga builder. Yes, you see this thing now, by the time you remove it, you know, one day you see the place, the thing may crash. Are we together? So I want you to know that as a teacher, as a worker in the kitchen, as a security person, as whatsoever you are doing within this environment, you are very, very important, and your role is very, very crucial. Without it, there would be no provision for that space, right? So you should understand. And then they want to instill self-respect and confidence in the mind of the students. Some people are what? Timid. Some, because they are coming from a good background or a rich home or whatsoever, they look down on others. It is your duty as a teacher to help. And then that is their aim, the school's aim and objective. This is one of the objectives. So as we are teaching, they expect you to ensure that this is done in the process. Are we together? So your conduct should not condone those kind of attitudes. Are we together? Then to inculcate the spirit of self-decency among the students. You know, there are a lot of things happening among students. A lot of things. We're not talking about dressing. We're not talking about some of the immoral things that are happening. A lot of things. And your place as a teacher, if you are not properly equipped and you are ready to do these things, there will be a lot of trouble. Are we together? So you know that God is going to even hold you responsible for the place of teaching. Yeah. Very, very important, because you have a lot of things to do. Then they are to promote the ideals of honesty, justice, and social equality. Then to prepare the beneficiaries of this educational system for higher education upon conclusion. Are we together? Are we together? You see, by the time you finish, some students, you see, this is the boarding school. Some students, after they finish from here and you meet them in the university, you wonder, you pass through this school, right? These are some of the things. I've been told they want to prepare a child, both spiritually and academically, for higher institution. If you have a good secondary school, you know you are not going to suffer. Educationally, you will not suffer when you get to higher institution. If you have a good spiritual background from your early years in school, you will not go and get influenced, right? Are we together? We have some students who come here, they feel that they are caged. It is your duty as a teacher to help them see that it is not a cage. That is the work of a teacher. That's what you are doing, to educate them, reorientate them. You know, there is a lot of learning, relearning, and unlearning. That's what you do. So when they come with wrong concept, you correct it, right? And that's why some of them, when they have little opportunity, they want to go and do. Somebody will say, when she gets back home or he gets back home, they lock them in the room. They don't want them to go anywhere. Are we together? So when they get to higher institution, freedom. Wow, I cook for myself. I go to anywhere I want to go to. Nobody, you know. And that's the ones that the devil will target. Small thing. Because they are excited. The test of freedom. The rat that has been under cage, he just comes and he can see that he can jump and move, circle the field. If he's not careful, he may break his leg in the process, right? Are we together? So you see that your role as a teacher is very, very important. Now, what are the goals of education? You are a teacher. You are here to promote the goals of Nigeria. Nigeria has a goal. When you go through the national policy on education in Nigeria, they have a goal. And the goal of education in Nigeria is to develop an individual into a morally sound, patriotic, and effective citizen. We have people who are developed but haphazard. They have gone to school. Okay, you are a Christian. You have gone through a Christian school, you graduated. You go out there. But they say they want you to be morally sound. You see somebody who has gone to school without religion, sir. Without religion, whether Christian or Muslim or pagan, when you go to school and you come out of school, you should be morally sound. There are things that should not be expected of you. Right? Are we together? So when you go to school as a teacher, this is what Nigeria is saying, that this is what we want to achieve. Make a child or a student morally sound. You must be patriotic and an effective citizen. When you see somebody doing wrong on the road, say, beat him very well. An educated person, you see a Muslim in a Christian community being maltreated, say shege army beat him very well. They don't allow people. That is a sign that you are not actually educated. Are we together? An effective citizen, that you are patriotic about. You see, Americans can die for their nation because of patriotism, right? On our own side, we have a lot of issues, isn't it? So you say, okay, I want to go there, make you thief your own, make I also come and thief my own. You understand? That is an educated person talking, right? So you can see that when we are not educating our students purposefully, we will just educate them and equip them with dangerous weapons. They will go out there to become very dangerous human beings with the education that you have given them. Are we together? Do you know? Number one goal, that is it. Number two, to have a morally, yes. Number two, to totally integrate a student into the immediate community in Nigerian society and the world. Do you know that some people say, hey, Onye Hausa? Eh? They believe that everybody in the north is Hausa. Abi? So that's why you see the concept of these unity schools that happen. You see an Igbo man, they will send him to the north. You got admission to go and study in Kano. When you get to Kano, you see some people going to mosque, some people going to church. Say, hey, come, do you used to go to church? Say, yes. Hey, I thought all of you are Hausa, you are Muslims, right? So when you go to school, you see some students from different parts of the country coming to study in ABU. When they come, they interact and mingle with the immediate community. You now know how to stay amidst Muslims, amidst Christians, amidst pagans, and you'll be wondering, say, wow. So there are even Christians, there are churches around here. Even inside the ABU, you see different fellowships. Say, wow, 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 wow. The goal of education is to make you achieve this. Integrate the students into the immediate community so that when you finish, when you have a student that graduates in Nigeria and when he gets to the world, he cannot integrate and adopt, then there is a problem, right? You are a graduate, they now send you to the south to go for B2, which I will go do there. That one where they get IPOP there, they will come and bomb me. They send you to even service, graduate, they send them for service, they will go and look for the deployment. Say, I don't feel go there. Abi, say you have seen it. What is the function of education? As a teacher, you should know, right? So, and to inculcate national consciousness, values, and national unity, we have a lot of issues. A lot of issues. When you go there, you are educated, they ask you to go and represent a whole community, combination of Christian, Muslims, Hausa, Yoruba, everybody. But when you go there and start promoting your ethnic group, your language, your religion, that is, it's not appropriate. It's not supposed to be. So education should be able to put you in proper perspective so that you can become a balanced human being. You cannot teach people when they go and see people that do not believe or subscribe to their beliefs, to their language, to the things they stand for, then those people become your enemies. You know, I'm very, very angry with some of the kind of students and graduates we are having. And even in our society, they promote some of this. So when you go to school, you should be educated. Now we say Christians are against Hausa, Hausa are against Christians against Muslim. That's some of the things we talk about. Some of us cannot cross and stay in the Kaduna North. Some of us cannot say, no, nothing will carry me into Kaduna South. Is it not a myopic thinking? When you go to the market, how many people do you see? How many Christians do you see selling meat? How many? Do you used to buy meat? Have they killed you? When even in your Christian community, have you seen Christians carrying, doing cobbler, shoe shiner, and they are moving around to polish your shoe and repair? Have you seen it? Very difficult. But these are the same people that will come around, isn't it? And you see our Christian women going to the Muslim area, selling their fruits, carrying their things on there, moving around. There are a lot of things that needs to be corrected in education. So as a teacher, you have great responsibility. Are we together? You have, your role is I don't know how to qualify it, but you have a great responsibility. These are the problems we are having. Yes, national consciousness, values, and what? National unity. We don't promote disunity because we all need one another. Are we together? Yes, and we have been living like that. It just maybe for politics, for some reasons, you see, when people want to divide you, they will bring a lot of things. If religion fails, they will bring ethnicity, they will bring all manner of things. teach the child, teach the student to understand all these things so that you can become independent, you can have independence of thought, you can be able to think. Religion, everybody belongs to. Some of us are born into the religion we are practicing now, isn't it? Then if you have not on your own come to look at things properly and say, no, I want to go for this one, then there will be a problem. Are we together? Then develop appropriate skills, mental, physical, social abilities, and competencies to empower the student to live in and contribute positively to the society. We have now shifted to the area of concentration on academic qualifications. Then you see a builder like my guy here. He's supervising a building. Now, funny enough, is the mason that didn't go to school, do anything. He say, hey, Oga, I think this thing is supposed to be like this. Shut up. Did you go to school? You don't know anything. But what the mason is saying is the right thing. This one has gone to school. One way or the other, whether it is by bribe or by magic, he has graduated. Yeah, so we now have buildings that are collapsing. What is happening? Doctors, nurses that don't know how to even do injections, they have graduated. The goal of education is to equip you with skills, competencies that could even make you be independent. Are we together? To work properly. You don't just go to school and come out just like that. That's why the problem we're having. You have a lot of graduate accounting. They are carrying books and envelopes, moving from office to office, right? Looking for employment. They want paid. Why can't you teach these students to become people that can be self-reliant, people that can use the knowledge they have to produce something that can be effective? Are we together? Are we together? Yes. You don't need to, if I did accounting, it doesn't mean I should go and work in the bank. Right? Where should I can use my knowledge of accounting and apply it in other areas. And I'll earn money. Different aspects. So these are the goals of education in where? Nigeria. So, developmental psychology. Okay. So, as a teacher, there are things that you should understand, right? Are we together? This, let me ask, what is psychology? What do you understand by psychology? What do you understand? In your own simple language, or open your dictionary. Tell me, what is psychology? Okay. Studying human behavior. Okay. Yes, who? Again. Okay, open your phone, the dictionary there. Tell me what psychology is.
Psychology is the science that studies the mind and behavior.
Okay, the mind and behavior. Okay, so a teacher should be able to have a combination. You should be able to study the mind and behavior of students, right? If you want to help the people, right? Sometimes when you go for counseling, as you are talking, the person is looking at you, say, oh, is it like this? Is it like this? Hey, that's suspecting. Are you sure that somebody didn't come and tell this man about this my story? Are we together? So, developmental psychology is a social and behavioral science that study human development, which focuses on describing, explaining, predicting, and controlling changes. Are we together? Now, you see a child, a female, when she's growing, when she begins to get to 9, 10 years, you see that 11, 12, what do you notice? What are the changes? Okay, so hair begins to grow in the private parts, her pulse, your breast, right? Begins to develop, right? And so what they do is you describe, what you just did was you are describing the changes that are happening to someone who is growing, who is developing, right? Isn't it? Then I say, wait, why is it now that the breast starts coming and then she starts expanding in size? Why? When the question of why begins to come, you are now trying to explain. You have described the changes, right? Isn't it? Then why? You are now trying to explain. Say, oh, okay, now, she will start her menstruation. She'll start preparing to maybe become an adult. She can now take in the breast there is for what? Is it not for breastfeeding? So a lot of things are happening in our society, even among students. When you see a woman with breast, a girl with breast, the concept now, immorality has set in and has taken over even ordinary interpretations. So you see a boy or a girl seeing a breast as something he should be touching in an immoral way, and all of those things. So it is your role as a teacher to be able to explain the purpose. We do biology, isn't it? Now, as teachers, you should be able to teach these children in such a way that you can give them proper orientation, especially in a Christian school of this nature. Know what these organs are meant for, right? What are your private parts? Let them know it. What are your public parts? Let them know it. When you are dressing, what are you? You cover your private parts, isn't it? Isn't it? This is education. You teach the child. So education is an instrument in your hand as a teacher to be able to help the child learn, relearn, and unlearn some of the things he has learned. Are we together? So if you don't understand the function of those things, you are trying to explain. When a woman is growing and she gets a certain point of maturity, she begins to have her menses, right? Why is she having it? It's a sign that she can take in, isn't it? And she can develop a baby. She can grow, she can give birth, isn't it? Then we now have exceptional circumstances where some of these people, even at 14, 15, they are not seeing their menses. You see somebody, an adult without breast, a woman. Are we together? So when you are talking, you describe, we have some adults who are females at 14, 15, or even 20 without breast. You have described them. You are not explaining. Why are they without breast? Some may be deformity, some may be disease, some may be genetical disorder. Some of you explain. Are we together? Developmental psychology, you explain. Then now say, you see those women. Sorry, we are using women. See those women that don't have breast. They have hot temper. Hot temper. What are you doing? I'm trying to explain. I'm not saying that they have hot temper. I'm just trying to give you an example. We said developmental psychology. What do? You do what?
You describe, you explain, and you predict. By the time you describe and you explain, you can now say, oh, if these things happen like this, logic, isn't it? If A is equals to B, I'm not a mathematician, I don't even want to go there. Isn't it? If A is equals to B and B is equals to C, then A is certainly equals to C. Isn't it? It's the logic. What are you doing? You are predicting. Isn't it? You can tell the person, say, oh, if this is like this is like this, then this one can be like this. Isn't it? So a teacher, you study the developmental process of a child. Isn't it? In fact, you need to over understand. There are stages. There are things that a child, no matter how intelligent he is, he cannot comprehend because they are what? In levels. Your age also put into consideration. You don't see a child that is 7 because he's exceptionally brilliant. You don't carry him to primary 5 or 6. Say, this one I can write, he will pass. It's not all about passing, right? There are certain things you need to learn at certain age. When you jump it, you see some of these children that didn't do play with sand and all of those things, they jump that stage. One day when you become an adult, don't be surprised, you will see them. You may see them doing it. So developmental process, you should know. When you see a child is on ease, is tense, you are talking, you forget about what you are doing, you're just busy playing and pressing his thing. You should know there are stages. When you see a child that is small, he pee on his body, say, you clean it, you say, you are just doing it. By the time he gets to certain stage, he pee. What? You give him a serious slap, say, see, if you try this thing again. Next slide. Okay. Are we together? Are we together? So, depending on the stages of development, when you now get a child where he's not supposed to be pooing inside the pampers and the rest and still wearing pampers and doing it, you don't take it lightly with a child, isn't it? So as a teacher, you should know what is expected at each stage. Are we together? Appropriately. Then you predict, say, oh, students who behave like this, they have this type of deformity. Oh, we have a child now, 9 years old, they say is a problem of discipline. Is that not abnormality? It's abnormality. There are some people we had that they're exceptionally intelligent, and they say that intelligence is a deformity. Yes. Anything they see, they just grab, they say it's a disease. Are we together? Are we together? So you should be able to predict, right? And then control. If you're able to predict, if you stay without mosquito net and mosquito bites you, right? It's just a matter of time. You must treat malaria, isn't it? How about me? I'm a good scientist. Yes, now. Yes, if mosquito bites you, after a while, you start feeling some weakness in your body, isn't it? And when you start feeling those weakness, certainly it could be malaria. And if it is malaria, you have to go and treat it. Are we together? So you can see I have described, I have explained, I have predicted, and you can see now. You want to control the changes, treat the malaria, control. When you know the problem, you see a child that is not doing well. Sometimes it's because no food at home. So you see different children with their boxes. They are on, they will give you 5 naira, you buy it, you go and line up and collect a kose, and you come to school. So the child say, God, is it that you hate me so much? Why did I come from this, my parents? That is a thing that is bothering the child. So if you are a teacher and you're able to discover it, sometimes you even use money out of your pocket. And take or buy something for the child. Well, you have bad ones that they use the opportunity to initiate the child into occultism, secret society, or flying objects, or Air Force. Objects are flying. So you can see a teacher is equipped. You can train the child to become bad, you can train the child to become good. But you see that you have a lot of responsibility that even God will hold you responsible for it. Are we together? So developmental psychology. So the process of development and learning of a child, you have a lot of things. Now you look at domains of learning. When you are teaching, you now look at physical development. You can see some children, they are big, but their age is, right? Are we together?
Yes.
They are big, but their age, they are very, their age is, they are just small children. Then you see some, they are very small, but they are aged. As in age-wise, they are very, very. Are we together? Okay, so, pardon, I want to ensure that those who are online are following. Are we together?
Yes.
So now, you have the domains of learning. You look at some of these things: physical development, you look at the cognitive development, and then you look at the psychosocial development, right? Are we together? Are we together?
Yes.
These are the domains of learning. Look at, when you talk about physical development, as in body size, normally when you are getting to certain age, there are lifestyles, things that should come along. You start crawling, after crawling, you start standing, and you're standing, you keep, as you're growing, there are certain things that begins to manifest, right? Then you look at the cognitive development, as in sensation, memory, and thoughts. They are all part of the development process, isn't it? So you don't begin to bug a child because he's intelligent with things that someone who is like 10, 12, 13 will begin to learn. Because he is big, he's very intelligent, he can grab it. Then you want to say, let's take him. And no, my child is very brilliant. He writes the exam and score 100. He says, I want him to be in class 5. He said, no. As a teacher, I say, no. How old is he? This and this. You know where he belongs. That's why you should learn your skills, know it. You can advise the parents on where that child should be. Are we together? Then psychosocial development, which is changes in a person's personality, emotions, and relationship with others. When you come to the school environment, children grow. Sometimes by the time before they get to class, from nursery 1 to class 6, they have changed in size. This small child, you have grown. That's physical development, isn't it? Then cognitive development, sensation, memory, and thought. As a child is growing physically, his mental sensation, you know what sensation is, and then his memory and his thoughts begins to develop. He begins to have independent thought. He begins to reason certain things. He begins to find explanation for certain things, and then his memory, the extent to which he can grab and understand something. You see a child, by the time you strain the child excessively beyond 20, 30 minutes, his attention is gone. Anything you are saying, right? So if you are teaching a child, you should know their span of concentration. Are we together? How their memory will be able to absorb what, that's why when you are teaching them, the way you teach them, you put a lot of things that can make them flow into it. You need song or dance. If you see children teacher, they behave like the children. they are dancing, they are jumping, they are doing a lot of things. All of those things are teaching methods. There are ways you want to pass across something. And funny enough, some of those things stick to their memory. Me, I cannot actually sing that song. They will say all the 36 states and capital, what do you call it? But you see a child, you call the thing. He learned it in the process, and some of those things. Some of us who did not have the opportunity of going to all those schools where they used to teach those things. Go to private school where exam is closed. You see, they'll bring a math or English teacher who just do one or two things. But you see schools where a child right from nursery school, you see they boost their idea, say, wow, and they are developing. Are we together? Then somebody begins to develop his personality. You see, some people are quiet. Some people, they concentrate. Some people, their concentration, they cannot concentrate without doing extracurricular activities. Do you understand? I have one sister. You're talking to her. She's either carrying biro, she'll be either turning it. She says, why can't you concentrate when someone is talking to you? Say, yes, I'm listening to you, but she has to be doing something. Now you need to understand the child. Understand it. That's why we're doing this training, so that you now know. Sometimes if it means taking the child aside, trying to guide the child appropriately, if you know the problem is, you must have understood, you're able to identify some of those issues, you find explanations to them, and then find solutions eventually. So, domains of learning. So learning takes place in all these. You look at all these things when you are talking about learning. Are we together? Then the process of development. You look at growth as an increase in size, right? Are we together? Yes. And then you now see maturation as in development of functional organs. Somebody can look big, I've kept saying, but it's a small child. So, you have ladies. I had a cousin, she was 13 that time. And if you see her very huge, taller than me, her breast, her body, all her organs are well formed. And then you even think that maybe she's 20, 25, thereabout. Are we together? But it's a child. You will not say because this person looks very big and huge. If you begin to dress like an adult, you attract predators here and there, and you do not have what it takes to handle it. Are we together? So you don't expose children to go and put the one big thing like this on the child's head. It's a small child. Allow the child to develop and grow. Are we together? When he grows, that's why you see in school now, do you see secondary school where people wear wigs and attachment and students are coming to school? Do you see it? No, they don't even consider those things. There are standards. Sometimes they say the girls should cut their hair, right? So when you look at growth as in size, then maturity. You see somebody who is very big and behaving like a child. Say, this one, can you marry? No. They say you have to be mature before you get married. Abi, isn't it? So, maturity, what is maturity? You look at it. You see somebody that is 18 years, seems to be more mature. How do you assess maturity? Okay. So, as a teacher, it is your duty to be able to look at the students. A lot of things contribute to learning. That's why a teacher has to be a professional. Are we together? You cannot just carry your child, they say, give him injection, then the cleaner. Say, all the nurses are not around, but come, I will give it to you. Will you allow it? Will you allow it? So why will you allow someone who is not a professional teacher to teach? Are we together? Okay. So, okay. Learning as in permanent modification in behavior. Okay. Okay. Okay, so you have learning. We are talking about process of development in the learning process. So learning is actually when you want to assess if learning has taken place, you have to look at modification in behavior, right? When you see somebody who is always playing with sand, you put his hand inside dirty water, and all of those things, just playing anyhow. If you sit the child down, taught the child hygiene, right? And taught the child the importance, advantage and disadvantage of all the things he's doing. If you want to know that learning has taken place, what do you observe? What do you look out for? Is there a change in the behavior? Is there a modification? It may not be total change, but is there a modification in the behavior? When you teach a child about a subject, at the end of it, you want to find out, has this child been able to understand the concept I'm trying to pass across? Isn't it? Then, when you see microbiology students, they want to sit down, maybe they will bring out something and spray it and clean. They are exposed to certain things they used to see. But me, nothing concerning me. Just invite even with your hand. You say, no, you can't, no. I don't know that you miss it. No, don't. They say, don't touch it. Right? Because through their exposure, through their learning, they have come to discover that there are a lot of things that you see. They say, don't put your hand, don't, always wash your hands and all of those things, hygienic things, and the rest of it. You can get contact disease here and there. Microorganisms are everywhere, even in your breath, even in your in your body, your everything. They just tell you. God help you if you marry a microbiologist or all these things that see a lot of things that people don't used to see. You just, what happened? Permanent modification in behavior. When you pass through 5 years in school and you become a lawyer, there is a permanent modification in the way you see things. Permanently. So if you're a lawyer, no, this cannot be, because he is trained to see rights, see violations, and he's trained to defend. That is his own. Are we together? If it is a builder like this one saying, no, this building is not supposed to, this structure is, this one. No, they didn't, there must be one permanent modification. If you see a Fulani man, who has been working with his cow for long. Then all of a sudden, you say you want him to become a butcher, that works in those districts. For you to see a Fulani man who is now a butcher, there is a permanent modification in his lifestyle that comes as a result of learning. Maybe first of all, he needs to know that people eat cow meat. Do you understand? And for him to carry something he cherishes and cut the neck, that is learning. When you see a human being carry gun or knife and cut another human being, there are modifications in the behavior. Learning, sometimes they are exposed to a lot of things. When you take military personnel and take them for training, you are teaching them so that there will be a modification in their behavior. The way they train police is different from the way they train military. It's unfortunate now that we see military all around. Before, it's only in emergency situations that you see them. Do you understand? So when you see them, they are training a mindset. No, there is a threat to our country. They are out there to fight and defend the country. Simple. Somebody steal, somebody push me, somebody slap me. You go to police. They are trained to accommodate all those kind of things, isn't it? So learning, for you, that's why we're talking about assessment. You must be able to verify if there is a permanent modification in the behavior. We're talking about process of development, process of learning. So for you to say there is a learning, there must be, somebody, even if it is not for you to change completely, but you begin to have doubt in certain things, isn't it? There is a process, modification, adjustments in behavior. I'm taking time on this because it's the crux of learning. You are teaching a child, you want the child to know. Some of us, when mathematics teacher, this type of people are coming into the class, jump through the window. We are gone because they think they will be teaching you one concept. Just be teaching you understanding, all of a sudden they will jump and enter something else. And they will tell you that thing now, you should have known it, you understand it. Which kind of thing is that? Tell us how you get to that place so that we can be following, isn't it? And so by the time we are not understanding, when you understand the thing is sweet, when they enter into those things, their reservoir, we are gone, isn't it? So you see, learning. How do you help a child who does not like mathematics to begin to like mathematics? Modification in behavior. That thing, it could be the teacher. When a student does not like the teacher, it affects also the course he teaches. Are we together? That's why we're going to be looking at the ethics of a teacher. You must know that there are things you should and should not as a teacher, because you are in a place of influence on the students. Are we together? Now, cognitive and intellectual development, there are 4 stages. You have the sensory motor stage, which is from birth and 18 to 24 months. That's for those who are women, you understand some of these things, right? Now, you look at the preoccupational stage, yes, then concrete operational stage, and then the formal operational stage. We are talking about cognitive, intellectual, learning. It takes place in those 4 stages. And as a teacher, it's very important for you to understand that. Now, what happened in the sensory motor stage? Now, these are infants, right? At this age, at this stage of 18 to 24 months. How many months is that? 2 years. Now, you see that these infants, they are only aware of their immediate environment. That's the things in front of them. Even if they see hot water, they'll go and put their hand inside, right? If they see fire, they will go and put their hand inside. That is the only thing they can see. Anything they see, that is it. They are focused on what they see. As they interact with the environment before them. So, and then you see, because they don't know how things react, they don't know that if they put their hand inside hot water, it will burn them. They don't bother. They don't even care. Are we together? Are we together? Yeah? So until they think, do you need to wait until that? So they are just experimenting with that, with things. It's when they think, if you say you stop this crying, allow him. By the time he puts his hand inside the fire, next time when he sees something that looks like that, he runs away. That is sensory motor stage, when it has to do with cognitive and intellectual development. So now between the ages, between 7 to 9 months, the infant begins to realize that objects exist, even if they can no longer be seen. Even if it cannot be seen, they exist. So you see them at that stage, they are crawling. Sometimes they are standing, they are walking, and then they begin to become active. They move around, they do a lot of activities. Are we together? Yes, these are the stages. So they begin to learn about language development, talking. They make combination of a lot of things that sounds, what are you saying? They're just talking anything that comes to their mind, isn't it? Then the mothers will say, okay, they are the only ones that used to hear the language. Say, okay, you're hungry. Yes, that's how they keep communicating, So sometimes it's guess. They will be guessing and doing all of those things. So, but you see, as a teacher, you need to know. Do you know that you teach your child right from that time? You need to know. You say, no, it's a child. The child bites the mother's breast and is laughing. You think he doesn't know what he's doing? He knows. We begin to correct it. We are going to go to the concept of moral development, all this tabrasa, this and all of those things. You see why a lot of things, people believe different kinds of things. Are we together? But a child, if you want to teach a child, it has its own place. The ages. Then you look at the preoccupational stage. And this, we said that from the ages of 18 to 24 through 7 years, we call it pre-operational stage. Are we together? It's from toddlerhood and those period until they get to 7 years. Now, what happens in that stage? Their language begins to become more what? They can speak clearer, isn't it? When they start talking, some speak early, some they take a lot sometimes, and then their memory and imagination begins to allow them to understand certain things, isn't it? You can say cup, and the child will go and bring cup for me. My baby that is maybe 2 years thereabout, say, oh wow, so you know what cup is, you can go and bring a cup for me. That's nice. Go and bring water for me. Go and bring mommy's phone. They understand what they are talking. That's the pre-operational stage. They begin to have meanings. They understand meanings. Learning is taking place. So when she does, sometimes she pee, standing, she just pee on her clothes. You spank her and say, don't do this thing. If you want to pee, tell mommy or daddy, right? Or you say po, so that they can get it for you. You don't just stand and pee on your body. Are we together? So you begin to teach the child, knowing the developmental process of the child. And as a teacher, you handle different stages of children, of students. So they begin to know the difference between the past and the future. And then they begin to form their own beliefs about certain things. So that's the time you begin to work on things you want them to know or learn. Are we together? So concrete stage. The concrete stage we say is between the ages of 7 to 12 years, right? And then the children begin to they begin to show concrete understanding and logical reasoning. Are we together? You can see like this child that is they say at 9 years is a professor of 3 disciplines, including mathematics. A professor, sometimes even at the age of 9, some they say, put your hand like this. If you never reach this, I never reach to go school. Now he's a professor of 3 disciplines. One Shagolo, Isaac, something. I had to check. I say, wow, So it just challenged me to see that I don't have limitation. Actually, I can work out, So you can see that they became, they begin at this stage, they are now aware of their external environment. A child of 9 years is no longer a child, per se. He learns, he knows things extra. If you see a child of 9 years, some of them, they will not want to even take their bath outside. Isn't it? They will go to the bathroom, they will carry towel, they will cover, all of those kind of things. You see that things are beginning to change. You begin to teach your child from that time. Teach him gradually until he gets to a point, you cannot allow a child to get to 9 years. Say, now I can now teach the child. No, he has formed who he is or what he wants to be. Then you are not trying to correct it. No, teach him, form it. Then you now have the formal operational stage. This is adolescent, right? Isn't it? Yes, which is from adolescent through adulthood. Learning takes place in all these areas, right? As a teacher, you should know. You go to primary school, secondary school, learning takes place even in the university. It doesn't mean that if you miss it, you cannot change you. You have to be deliberate about it. And all these things is the work of teachers, whether it is academic or spiritual, right? It is your role and your responsibility. So now at this adulthood, you see that they are logical, they understand symbols, even abstraction, things that are in abstract concepts, they understand it. Isn't it? Yes, but the child needs to go through all this developmental process. So before you see, sometimes you keep explaining. Some people just grab it. Other people find it difficult. Are we together? So these are the things. Now, very important, the concept of moral development is all these things are part of our teaching. This thing. There are 3 major philosophical doctrines regarding moral development of children. And then can be found in literature. You can look up those things. But first of all is the doctrine of original sin. Man is born naturally sinful. This is propounded by St. Augustine. That man is born naturally sinful. In fact, this agrees with what the Bible says, isn't it? Is that correct? We are born naturally sinful. Morality is also developed. Isn't it? So you teach your child the concept of what is right and wrong in the process of development. So you can see that you are looking at cognitive, you are looking at processes of development, developmental psychology, you are looking at moral development, intellectual, cognitive, intellectual development. All these things are happening for the purpose of learning. If you make someone to be intellectually and he is very intellectual, cognitive learning, has learning that aspect, and then the moral aspect is not there. You see a doctor who can take away people's life without thinking twice, isn't it? You see somebody who can defend a lie as though nothing has happened. So these things are saying we are born in sin, right? And then if you know that right from time, if you are a parent and you know that this child is born in sin, then you know the posture you are going to take in order to correct that thing. You begin to do it early and be deliberate about it. You cannot, if you work with this concept, you cannot allow a child say, when he gets to 7 years, say, no, don't touch my child. He's still a child, right? So you see, then the second one is the doctrine of tabula rasa. Another person now say, John Locke says, the concept of this tabula rasa is that a child is born morally neutral. The mind is empty, is clean, like it is whatsoever you write on it that stays there. So if you work with this concept, you see that, okay, this child's mind is actually innocent. And if you look at it, you see elements of truth in most of those things. Child is born sinful, but the mind is. So it is as he grows, the things he comes in. Do you know that sometimes you sit down, the things that happen when you are a child, you remember them? Is it true? Yes. So some of us, we knew the kind of bad things we are doing as small as we are. Are we together? So you look at those things. He says tabula rasa. So it's the things you write. If you write bad things, you teach the child bad things, you expose him to bad things, that is what will eventually happen to him. Are we together? So, but when you teach him the right thing, that is what will happen. So the mind is clean, is plain. You write whatsoever you want to write in that child. It's like a coding. According to people who know computer, you code something. They say in the Bible, they say the written code was done away with, isn't it? According to what the Bible says. A code is something that is written. When they now put it, you just be behaving the way you want it to behave. As you are entering, welcome. You are going out, goodbye, welcome. That is a code that is written. So you cannot behave outside of that. You cannot behave or do anything outside of the way you were what. And so you work on that child's mind, isn't it? If they bring a child to school and you are a teacher, you know that the concept of this tabula rasa, you teach the child what he needs to know and what he needs to understand. Are we together? Then the doctrine of innate purity. Immoral behavior results from the corrupting influence of adults, according to John Jacques. Do you understand? He said, if you see somebody behaving badly, he learned it from adults. So as adults, as teachers, we need to be very careful the kind of things that we do before these children. Even your dressing lifestyle, they will copy it. Your talking pattern, they will copy it. If you are stammering, don't be surprised with some of them. We have deeper life, our teacher who is deeper life. The way Kumi used to talk and salvation, some of those kind of things. That is the way the person is speaking. It may not be deliberate, because if you sit under someone, not the way we used to do it, lifestyle, hairstyle, you go and copy it, you also palm your own the way your guy is palming. If you sit and learn properly, naturally those things will come. But it's not the one you go and copy sweet, but you don't have the life that sustains those things. Are we together? Are we together? So you see, when you are teaching a child, he copies a lot of things. In fact, they said that children don't learn by what you tell them. They learn by what they see you do. Are we together? So you see the child, small child, you think he doesn't know what he's doing, he's just be watching and watching. You come, you off your clothes in front of your child. Say, it's a child now, Abi. You do certain things that you know they are wrong. He says, it's a child, what does he know? They know. They know. Don't teach your child wrong things and bad things. Are we together? You need to take care of these things. Say inmate purity. Immoral behaviors result, the child is pure, is this corrupting influence of adults that affects the child. Are we together? Now, the relevance of communication in teaching and learning. You see what we are doing is communication, isn't it? When you are teaching, you are passing a message. That message has to be understood. Now we're trying to teach teachers professional development. We want them to develop certain qualities to aid them in teaching effectively, right? That is our goal. That is our aim. Isn't it? This thing is taking place through what? Communication. We have a message we want to pass across. That message is what? From me as the teacher is encoded, right? Then I'm passing across the message either in a written form or either in a verbal or using signals. You know, there are people that don't understand what we're saying, but if you do them like that, how far? You know, if I don't know how to do the sign, but if I do my hand like this, you may understand. If I say, you may understand, isn't it? So symbols also you pass across communication. People have learned, students that you are teaching also learn, they understand, they will use their eye to communicate. And you see them laughing, they know what they are saying. You just as you turn like this, they are looking at themselves, they are saying what they want to say. You just turn and see everybody laughing. They will not say it. You need communication, right? So it's very relevant, and that is the instrument through which you pass across instructions and information. Do we understand? Do you understand? So you cannot undo the place of information. So you know we are all teachers. So let us be on our feet. Let's be on our feet. Then you keep somebody for 1 hour. If you keep somebody for 1 hour, if you keep somebody for 1 hour, you know what will the person be doing? You'll be tired, right? So you need to know what to do with the person. So stretch your body, stretch, you know, and then we'll be good. So that somebody will not be too tired. Are we together? Okay.
Can we ask questions now?
Yeah?
Can we ask questions now?
Yes, you can ask questions. Write down the question. Okay, so let's come back. We have limited time. Let us round up what we are doing. We have a lot. So we can come back. So communication has to do with exchange of information, right? Please, let's come back. Let's come back. Communication has to do with exchange of information.
Wow. So, you look at what's the role of communication? The function of communication, one is communication serves as lubricant in what? In what? Operations for a better performance. If I want you to get something for me and I did not tell you, I say, are you not a spiritual being? Don't you know what I need? We were under the sun, I've been talking, don't you know that I need water? And I didn't tell you that I need water. How will you? You understand? So where there is no communication, there will be problem. Communication reduces wastages of resources and enhances timely application of instruction. Right? If I say, let us stand up, and then nobody stood up, how do you understand me? Yes, stand up, and the person is sitting down. So communication has not taken place, isn't it? So if you don't want to waste resources and you want to enhance timely application of, if I say go out and you didn't understand what I mean, maybe due to one thing or the other, you don't understand that I say you should go out. You are thinking maybe I say something else, like somebody will be saying, I can. Then you'll be hearing can't. Do you understand? That these are interference that may not allow you to understand what it is. So if someone does not understand something, he may not be able to apply it, right? Then communication links organization members who serve as channel for unity of purpose. Now, maybe they say, we're having a meeting, management is going to have meeting, and then this and this are the things that we want to be done, right? Where there is no proper communication, like this meeting, now if you don't know that it is so time that is going to take place, will you be here? No, you will not be here. Are we together? So there must be communication. You pass across communication either in writing, orally, or using symbols, but you have to understand that the other person needs to understand and quote that info, communication, that message you are passing, you must decode it. Your own is encoded, the information goes out, the person should be able to understand what you are saying, decode what you are saying, right? To be able to affect. So if you want a permanent modification in behavior, there must be understanding. You pass the information is understood and decoded, then the person will act on it. He said, be on your, please, be on your belly, flat on the ground. Because maybe there are flying objects or they are shooting. If I don't understand what you say, I will stand and be looking, right? And the bullet can, they say, but I said it, but I didn't hear you. Are we together? So communication explain changes easily for better performance. If there are changes in this school now and it is not explained, this is wickedness. How would they do something like this? But when you call people and explain to them, see, oh, this is and this and this is what is happening. This is what we are going to be doing. This is what we will not be doing. This and this. This is the issue we are facing. And because once you explain things to people, when there is communication, proper communication, effective communication, even tension and conflict will reduce. Are we together? Because you see people, even your wife, you are just doing things you don't explain to her. Say, honey, we need to talk. Say, talk now. You are doing your thing. You are putting your, you are ready to go. I talk now. I'm hearing. This one, at the point, you just say, forget about it. And there will be problem when that is happening. Are we together? Communication help in execution of managerial function at all levels of organization. In organization, you have the top management. They send information. It comes down. Isn't it? And there are some that will come from down up. You are communicating. Somebody brought a data, you send it to the secretary, he endorses, he refer it to the principal academics or either principal admin or whatsoever they want to do, they will send it to the principal. From the principal, they send it to the board. That's from down up communication. Then some will come from down, they say, hey, from this time, we're going to have consistent teaching that will be lesson from for 1 week, all of those things. It comes from down. It hits the principal tells the two vice principal or the vice principals, they send it to head of departments, and information comes. If they don't understand it, there is no way they will comply. And sometimes when people don't understand why changes are made or why the things are happening, it's difficult for them to actually obey. They will do it grudgingly. Are we together? So communication is important, even in your business. You want to increase the price of your product, and then you just say, it's my own now. Say, this person did. But if you explain, you say, oh, this thing has increased in the market. I have gone to 5 different places. This is the prices, I say, oh, I now understand why you are increasing the price. If not, they will see you as a wicked businessman. Are we together? So, the relevance. What are barriers to communication? Ambiguity in language, dual meaning. When you are saying something like, recently I learned that to say I am a gay doesn't mean that I am sleeping with a man or a woman. That I am gay means happy. That I'm happy. Who knows that among you? Do you know that? So imagine I come to the public or in church, hallelujah, I am gay. Yeah. If they don't stone you from you will see whether you come out. They will cast the demon out of you. They say, yes, where are the prayer warriors? We need your assistance here. Are we together? So don't use languages that have dual meaning. If they do, please explain the one you mean. If you go to the dictionary, you have meaning 1, meaning 2, meaning 3, right? The third meaning of that thing. So if you mean happy, say the gay I am talking about is the happiness. But when you see there is possibility of misunderstanding, why use the gay? Why not just say I am happy? Do you understand? So a teacher should understand. Don't go and do like Patrick. This is my humble logo Martin, and my logo Martin without a logo Pasha. Yeah, so what did I say? They say, okay, can you come down small? Then you blow the one again. So no communication. Communication cannot happen when there is what ambiguity in what? The use of language. Then noise, unwanted sound. If this place, when they were using generator, it was interfering. But you can see the way the place is. So unwanted noise, it can come from, even within, there can be noise. Right? Noise within, that's why we talked about peace, right? In the beginning. Noise within will not allow you to concentrate. You see, sometimes Mama will tap me. They are greeting you. I say, oh, sorry. See, you don't answer people's greeting. I say, no, it's not like that. Though. People don't see with their eyes. They see with their mind. You see somebody walking into the road, people are outside, hey, car, they are shouting, car is passing. The person that is crossing the road is passing. He didn't see any car, he's just passing. His mind, you see with your eye and with what? Your mind. So noise can come from anywhere, but these are hindrance toward communication, right? So, inadequate skills in language use. If you are a teacher, you must sharpen your skills, right? You want to pass across a message. How do I pass it across? Understand your audience. Your, how do they call it? Your targets, your target audience. If they are students, what is their ages? What is their, the type of language you can use. Sometimes you are teaching children, you are breaking the languages into small parts that they will understand. Isn't it? Instead of blowing grammar, which they will not understand, you break it out. You can just say the meaning of what you want to say instead of saying it in a sentence. You break it down. So as a teacher, you need to master the use of language to be able to pass across your message, right? You see sometimes you see about our Oga will take us on questioning techniques. Sometimes you learn a lot of things. You can rephrase, reframe, and we are good to go. Differences in language. This person speaks French, this person speaks English. How do you communicate? Hausa, English. How do you communicate? You need an interpreter, isn't it? And thank God, if God help you, have that interpreter that you will say one thing, you will be telling them another one. You are in trouble, isn't it? So these are some of the barriers to communication. Are we together? Yes, so now look at this. Ethics in teacher education. Oga, I think this is your part. No. Okay. Okay. Preparing to teach. You will take you that ethics in teacher's education. Very important. Ethics in teacher's education. Who is a teacher? One. Who is a teacher? Okay, I will choose randomly because we are all teachers. So, Oga, tell me who is a teacher? Okay, the one that. So we learned that if you want to define something, don't use the word in your definition. So tell us the meaning without using the word you are trying to define. Right? Who is a teacher? Someone who impacts knowledge. Okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am. If you tell us your name and you say the answer, it will be true. Right? Bukola. Yes.
Teacher is someone who guides and directs.
Teacher is someone who guides and directs.
Bring out the best.
Bring out the best in the child. Okay, ma'am. Who is a teacher to you? Effectively impacts knowledge. Sir, are you a teacher? You are a teacher. Please, but you didn't tell us your name. Blessing. Blessing. Isaac. Okay, sir. Tell us your name and tell us, are you a teacher? Yes, your name.
My name is Ezekiel.
Okay, so tell us what you do as a teacher.
Is to impart knowledge.
What do you do as a teacher?
Teach, instruct, and teach.
Okay, so if you go to the classroom, what do you do? You are giving instruction about what? So what is the, why do you give that instruction? Why should they understand? Yeah?
So that when they are asked, they can produce it.
Okay, you want them to reproduce what you told them. Okay. When reproducing what you are told is part of it. Right? So a teacher is a trained person, certificated by a college or a university to train others using an acceptable professional behavior in relation to students and the general public. You see, some of us who are certified teachers, sometimes you think you are just limited to the classroom. I did a training in training the trainers training. I paid 100,000 naira for just 6 hours. Now I've enrolled for professional diploma in education. I paid less than the amount I used to do a training for 6 hours. They say it's training the trainers. They just pick some of the things they taught me. This one, you spend several months in school trying to, they are teaching you. But sometimes you may not value it until Now, this training you are attending, if we charge you for it, maybe we say 150,000 naira per participant, a lot of us will not come because maybe we may not have the resources to, isn't it? So, but that is professionalism, professional training. Some of these things, you see, we are touching, we are doing all of those things. We can just pick one and concentrate 30 minutes, 1 hour, and we collect our fee, 50,000 naira of 70 per participant, 100, and we are done and gone. Have you learned during this session? Yes. That's professional. You are supposed to do it continuously. They call it continuous professional development, CPD. Most professions have it, right? Are we together? So a teacher is someone who is certificated as a teacher. So when you go and do NCE or you do BEd, you are now being certified as a teacher, isn't it? But if you do not have BEd or you have a HND or you have a normal degree without education in it, you are expected to do what is called professional diploma in education, right? So that you can be qualified. It's a professional teaching particular for who? Like the one you see this module. This is ABU, right? Institute of Education. This is the module 1, first semester. That's what you do. You go into professional diploma in education program to train you and equip you with the skills, after which you will be certified as what? As a teacher, right? So that is a teacher. Then according to Alaizi, a teacher is a person who is involved in the act of changing human behavior and transformation of society for better. Is that what you are doing? If you go to the class with the mindset that I am here to change human behavior, first of all, you must understand the behavior of the people you are taking, right? And then know the ones that need change. You need to know the ones that need enhancement. So that is why we are saying that it is all about learning, unlearning, and relearning, isn't it? When you are working with software in your system, you get to a point where they say the thing is out of date. When you now uninstall that one, put another one, you have done a kind of relearning. You have redo that thing. Then there are some that you have to unlearn. When you unlearn, you delete something in your system, it goes to trash bin. I do think they call it recycle bin. It has gone there. After a while, it will go, right? That one you have unlearned that, you don't want it. Then if you go and you know that you have to change human behavior, you want to transform the society for better, then you know that you are a very important personality. People look down on teachers. Doctors are taught by teachers. Lawyers are taught by teachers. Who is not taught? By teachers. So when you are a teacher, you should be proud of yourself, right? And knowing that you are doing a very important job or work. Are we together? So if this is your mindset and you know this is my duties, police will tell you I'm here to protect human life. So they work boldly, whether they are in uniform or not in uniform. Try it. Abi? If road safety catch you for us, say you are not in uniform, you will tell them, Abi, you are a teacher. Know that you have a dignified function to perform in the society. And luckily, you are in this place, Chapel of Good News, to perform and discharge this responsibility. Goodnews Academy, yes. Yes, so qualities of a good teacher. 1, mastery of the subject matter. I watched a video on this is a teacher, core member that entered the class. He just say, I'm going to be taking you mathematics, but so he say X, he say 1 + 2 is equals to, then what's the answer? This one I say 3. Say you are correct, clap for him. Say you, what did you say? He say 4. Say you're correct. Clap for him. Say the other one. Say yes. Say he's 9. You wrote 9. Say clap for him. So all of you are correct. Say so no, but how did you say? If I ask a question, this one gave his answer, this one gave his answer, and this one gave his answer. Everybody has his own independence or opinion. All of them are correct. You go to the next one. Do you understand? Or you are solving the mathematics when you get to a point where you hook, you give the children assignment. Say, this is your assignment. Where are you? You must possess mastery of the subject matter. Right? You are teaching English. Let God help you. Some of these students that we have that are like Gen Z, they will go and learn the thing. No, ma, this is not correct. It's not. It is a student telling you that this is not correct. You need to sit up. So if you don't understand, you will lose your place as a teacher. You must master the subject matter. So that is why when you go, we are going to be looking at lesson plan, lesson note. You are supposed to be doing it every time you are going to class, so that will also help you refresh your mind, isn't it? Not the one you prepare it. You prepare it all 6 weeks or 1 semester ahead of time. Everything like what they do in the university. They have lecture note, that lecture note, nothing, no modification, nothing new is coming, nothing old is going. The same thing. So you are going to learn that. Then you see good and acceptable character and behavior in relation to the students and the public. If you go to the class, as I told you earlier, you are like the God. These children learn from you. Sometimes the way you speak English, sometimes the way you pronounce certain things, they are learning it, right? So a teacher must have a good and acceptable behavior. Acceptable within the community, within the staff, within the management, not only for the purpose of that, because these students will see you outside, say, hey, I saw this our English teacher. Hey, if you see her, hey, tomorrow you now come, or they see you smoking outside. Then you come to the class. Say, hey, I see they do it, they do. You degrade yourself. So what you are standing for while in school, stand for a teacher is a teacher. Make sure that you do what is right. Acceptable behavior and character in relation to what the students. And where you don't present yourself as one thing, then you are another thing, right? Then neatness. When you are going to teach, the students are looking at you. And that's why you see some of them, God forbid, I'll never be a pastor. I'll never be a teacher. Why? They are seeing the way their teachers are. They are seeing how pastors are. When you see a pastor with Lexus, with Jeep, teacher with Jeep, he comes to the class to teach you. You have to understand now. You know that this person left he has important things doing, he comes to teach you. You have to understand, isn't it? But the person is just coming, he's managing, he's jumping from this place to another, and then you say, hey, you don't dress well, maybe you don't eat well, according to, they will ascribe a lot of things to eat. Then you are looking tattered. In fact, it will go to a level where they will close their ear to what you are saying. Because you are passing across everything. They say they copy everything. Your dressing, your manner of speech, your behavior. If you are the one that gets angry and shouts, gradually you'll be passing it across. Are we together? Intentionally or unintentional? They are doing it. Are we together? So, fair and just in treating students with equality. You don't favor females against males. You don't favor your tribe. You favor Christian against Muslim or Muslim against. A teacher should be one of the balanced human beings.
You teach Christians, Muslims, pagans, and you need to be balanced and equal and fair. Hey, this fine sister. Hey, oh, okay, this one. Because you are eyeing the sister. So by the time you begin to have some affection for your students, affection, naturally a teacher should love his student, but you know what I'm talking about. Some kind of, let's say you as a teacher you begin to like the student, male student. Yes, and you are falling in love, or you are standing in love with the student. Okay, you're crushing. You know what, those kind of things. That's why you see students enter the class. When you are toasting your student, what do you expect? When they enter class, they stand up and greet. The one you are toasting will sit and say, what is it? God help you if you have been sleeping with her. What is? That's why when you see the way they even look at you, because they know where you used to meet. There are certain things you create boundaries. A student, a teacher, you know that you have important role. You create boundaries. You have a role. There are certain things that can hinder you from doing what you're supposed to do. You'll be looking down, and you have to be firm. We'll learn about all of this. You have to be firm. You don't say one thing today. You say, oh, you lift the standard for others and reduce it for others. You are just unbalanced, unequal, inconsistent. They say, hey, when it comes to fine babes, hey, this one, you just do like this. Then when it comes to, fine boys, we look, they get side box, all of those things. See, this teacher, no. Have the same standard. When they know, they say, bros, do that assignment, they fail. If not this one, they know. Say, don't worry, we'll go and see. Some students will come and dash you money. Some will give you this thing. You say, okay, don't worry. This one say, hey, you want to go and meet who? Oga Francis? Your own don't finish. Let me even warn you before time. They know you. They know you. Say, is it this madam? English teacher. Now you want go, don't go and read your book. Don't go. Some collect bribe. In fact, I heard that in WAEC, somebody put money inside so that the teacher who is marking will see the money and graciously help him to pass. A lot of things. So you must be, when you are treating, be balanced. Respect for constituted authorities. We are all under authority, right? If you are in a home, if you are a man, God is under God's authority. If you are a woman, under your husband's authority. If you are in a school, there is authority in the school. Imagine a situation where everybody does what he wants. How will you see it? How is it going to be like? No, nothing. Respect constituted authorities is very critical. If you don't respect constituted authorities, also know that the students will not also respect you. Yes, the thing is one way or the other. That's how it is. Are we together? Yes. So if you don't respect the instructions that comes, say, who is this person? I haven't seen her. Who is she? Who is he? That's how the students say, what does she have that I don't have? By the way, poor teacher self, does she know what we have in? They say, do to others what you want others to do to you. Is the golden rule, generally, right? So what you want, do it to others. Then functionality as it relates to time for class attendance and school programs. Time for class, 40 minutes. When you are done, don't always cause quarrel. You always exceed by 5 minutes. Then the other person loses 5 minutes. When he enters, you will also take the 5 minutes of this other person. So it will cause conflict, right? Cause problem in the school. So you should try and do that. These are some of the ethics of a good teacher. Are we together? So I believe that you are taking note of some questions, and without waste of time, our facilitator is going to come and take us on
referring to teach. All these things we have done. You have now understood all the necessary things on the ground things that you need to understand as a teacher to be able to help students. Now, we want to now say, okay, now we are ready to go and teach. Remember, when you teach a student, how do you measure whether the students have learned or not? It's by assessment. If you do assessment and the people do not pass, then there is no modification in their behavior, right? They are coming to learn because they don't know. If you finish teaching and you finish learning and they assess them, mommy say reproduce what you have taught. If you reproduce, you pass, isn't it? If you don't reproduce, but you say in your own understanding what you have learned, you also pass. In fact, some, depending on who, you know your teacher, some will want you to reproduce, some will want you to say it the way you understand it, right? So all of those things are there. You have now learned and know that you have different kinds of students in the class, and those students have different levels of comprehension and understanding. You are the teacher, a lot of things is going on in your mind as you see, right? We're going to talk about class management as well. How do you manage your class to get the best? All of those things. Please join me. Welcome, Mr. Akko Elias. Pastor, is a good pastor. So, if you turn us to youth, don't be angry. Thank you very much.
Praise the Lord. Don't mind all those write-ups. I'm just a pastor. That's who I am. Amen. All right. My Oga has said so many. My Oga has said so many things. Mrs. Shima, wow. Happy to see you. How are you doing, ma?
Fine.
Yeah. Okay. I will just build on what we have said, and before I carry on, I want to quickly know, how many of us here are born teachers? Yes. We generally have two types of teachers. We have teachers that are professional teachers, professional and certified teachers. And then we have born teachers. So how many of us here, let me see, those that are professional and certified? Professional and certified, good. All right, born teachers. Wow. Praise God. All right, this is it. How do we know a born teacher? A born teacher is the one who sees teaching as a ministry. Yeah, you know, for every pastor, the work of God seems to be without pay. You be a pastor, you are preaching to people. You don't talk about who pays you. How can you be paid? You don't even dream about it. You know why? Because you believe God will pay you. So when you look at teaching as a ministry, you are a born teacher. And how do you get the value of the work you do? You see this value in the lives of the children you are impacting knowledge on. When a child is conforming to your ethics, to your teaching, to your standards, you will have this feeling that, okay, I am doing my job. But for a professional certified teacher, when your account is, the pay at the end of the month hits your phone like a drum sound. It's not checking. So it hits your phone, bang, bang. You know that you are doing your job. You see, for a professional and a certified teacher, what motivates you is the amount of money being paid. Yes, it's the amount of money being paid. But for a born teacher, what motivates you is the lives being transformed. You see, when I told my elder brother that I'm going into a teaching line, he looked at me and said I should go to the hospital and check if I have malaria. Because I was working with a construction firm as a builder. I was in a good position, but suddenly I was not finding satisfaction. I was not finding fulfillment in what I was doing. I was not finding fulfillment. It was not as if there was no money. There was money, very good money. The company was paying well. Oh yes, they were paying well. Even when I told the owner of the company that, man, I'm going for my master's degree, he was looking at me and saying, you're getting what even people with PhD are not getting. Where are you running to? I said, well, there's a call somewhere. It is very important as a teacher, even though you are not a born teacher, provided you find yourself in this ministry, make yourself a born teacher. It's very important. The lives of the children being impacted is sacrosanct to everybody. That is the tomorrow we are looking at. If anybody is a lover of the future and you are in this profession and you are still looking at it that the pay coming in should be your motivating factor, I think you are getting it all wrong. You should be looking at these lives. It is when you are looking at the lives that you bring the best out of them. If you are looking at the money, once there is a big pay somewhere else, the next thing you walk away, you leave. I taught in the last place I taught was in Redeemer Secondary School. That was where I met Mrs. Shima. So when I was living there, they were thinking, yes, with my connection, I've gotten a very big job somewhere. That's why I'm leaving. And I told them I came in the first place, not because of the money. The church where I pastor pay me higher ×3 of what they want to pay me in the school. But I came because I want to teach. And when it was time for me to leave, I finished my job. I left into another place where the teaching continues. All right. There's something I want us to know, especially for a mission school like this. You are not leading these children to excellence or academic excellence through Christ. No. You are leading them to Christ through academic excellence. The channel point is Christ. When I saw the aims and objective of Goodnews Academy, I said, wow. So we still have schools with this kind of aims, looking at the spiritual aspect even more than the academic aspect. But in the real sense, that is not it. The real sense is that Christ is the starting point, but we are taking them to Christ via academic excellence. They get to meet Christ. As they excel, they become like Christ. Christ is an excellent fellow. So as you excel, you become like Christ. So let's get this straight. We lead them to Christ via academic excellence. Praise the Lord. All right, don't mind me. It's supposed to be an academic environment, and I am using praise the Lord, praise the Lord. All right, let's look at it. Preparing to teach. Lesson plan. It's not new to all of you here that are teachers. It's not new. It's something you do precisely every day. You do it every weekend before the next week comes. You prepare your lesson plan that will take you to the next class. Now, this is it. In your quest of preparing this lesson plan, what runs through your mind? if you are just copying the previous lesson plan for the past years and just repeating it and carrying it along, you won't impact lives. Do you know why? That lesson plan you are copying have impacted the lives of yesterday. But today's life that you are trying to impact comes with a different ideology. So you must be updated. Don't be in the habit of always copying previous lesson plan just to teach. Be updated. Just like my Oga said the other time, you may be thinking you know it. You get to the class, you are teaching a child who has already gone higher than you in that particular field. Why? Because the children are exposed to, they have access to information. When they go back home, they have phones, they have tablets. They can get information online. Information that are good, that are bad, everything they can get it. Now you as a teacher, as you prepare to go to class, you must ensure that the lesson note of last year, something has added to it, it must have been upgraded. A new thing has come into it, especially now that the tech world is taking over. Everything is changing gradually. Now let's look at some of the key things about the lesson plan. Why you need to upgrade. Number one, behavioral objectives. We look at that as one of the main reasons why we need to plan, so that you will ensure that at the end of that lesson, at the end of that topic, certain things have been known. Now, if you pick textbooks, there are some textbooks that are designed what a child needs to know from a topic. Now, if you go online on that particular topic, you begin to see that there are changes. For example, let's look at mathematics as a case study. Who is a mathematics teacher here? Good. What's the new name? What's the new thing about board mass? What's it's called now? What is board mass called now? Because it's no longer board mass. Okay, it's called bead mass. The O has been taken off. In the first instance, there was no indices when it was being considered. But today, indices have come to take a place in mathematics. So spelling out board mass only will take away indices. It means you have not addressed the idea or the option of indices if found in an equation. The board mass before was bracket open, then you do what? Division, multiplication, addition, and the steps you need to take. But that did not address the idea of indices. What if indices is found in the equation? Which one comes first? Do you open the bracket before you address indices, or you address indices before you open the bracket? Do you do multiplication before you do indices, or what? So you can see that there is a modification to it. Why? Because equations are no longer as linear as it used to be, because of linear programming that has come to stay. So indices have been added. So it is now bead mass. When you open a bracket, you treat anything that has to do with indices before you do division, and so on. So if you are not good at updating yourself, you will discover that you are teaching something which we can term obsolete, whereas the world has gone past it and you are behind. No wonder WAEC took a new turn this time around. In those days, I think it was before they review their syllabus, used to be 10 years or so or thereabout. But now I think the new, this thing they said now, they say in every 3 years, they need to revise their curriculums. They need to keep revising because things are popping up. If you are, because I so much like mathematics. So I belong to a group of some funny Chinese mathematicians. There are some questions they will place online, and I'll be looking at it and say, are these guys out of their mind? For God's sake, how can one locate this? But when they come to solve, you discover new ideologies, new ways of thinking. They bring up new things. Though in our own setting in Nigeria, some of our curriculum have not gotten to that level. But do you know, for mathematics people, do you know Ghana, they are above us when it comes to mathematics? they are very far above us. If they set questions from Ghana and bring it to Nigeria, I am sorry, Nigerian students will fail woefully. Because of their standards, they've gone higher. We are still at the prelim level of everything, but we are moving. So teachers, to do your lesson plan, you must move. If we remain that way, we'll remain for life. All right. Now, another key thing we look at in lesson plan is, how do I put it? A relationship between the topic you are taking and the previous topic. They call it what? Previous knowledge. Very, very important. How are they related? How do you bring them together? Because most of the times, this is the missing link we find in students. How to relate the previous study to the current study. How are they related? For example, don't mind me, I am always on mathematics. In mathematics, the mathematics teacher here will bear me witness. It is like a chain link. You can't just come into an SS1 class and begin to teach them sword. Can you? No. You must have taught them indices. You can't just come into the class and begin to teach them differentiation. You can't. You must have given them a prelim. You must have taught them what are equations, what kind of equation, what forms equations. You must link it from levels to levels. Now, previous knowledge is very, very important. If you don't do lesson plan, please do that. That anytime you are going to class, even though within the period of one topic, as you are going to class, make sure that what you taught them the previous day, as you get to class, create a link. That is why it is very important for you to prepare. Create a link of what has been taught the previous day and what you are about to teach, so that there will be no gap, there will be no space that they'll begin to think that, oh, this is this. Just like my Oga was explaining something the other time, that when they teach mathematics, they reach one side and tell you they jump to the answer. From here to here, it is assumed that a student have been taught these stages. So going back to teach these stages will be a waste of time. But this is it. If the children or the child or the student or the learner is not being carried properly, he or she will miss that link. And therefore, it looks as if what you are teaching them is magic. Most of the times, when you teach a child, it looks at it as if these people are just performing magic. How can you just jump, say, find the value of X, and at the end of the day, you say X is equal to this? Without any trace, without any findings, nothing. So it is very important, the previous knowledge being taught, a linkage between what you teach yesterday and what you are about to teach today. And another important thing is, if as a teacher, you should be able to get it that what you taught yesterday was well understood, so that you don't build on an empty brain. This is one of the places where we miss it out. You may be thinking that, okay, I have a time. Of course, the lesson plan is prepared with time. This is what you are supposed to teach this week. And on every meeting days, this is what you are expected to teach. Now, you did meeting 1, meeting 2, and you get to meeting 3, but meeting 2 is not well understood. You should be able to find out what is their level of understanding. What have they understood from your last meeting? If the meeting is, if their understanding or their comprehension is still below standard, you need to brace them up before you add the 3rd lesson or the 3rd meeting. Because if you add the 3rd meeting, it will become like building on empty grounds, no foundations. You are building in the air, and at the end of the day, nothing is being achieved. So let us make sure that the lesson plan, I know some people look at it as if, well, it is because we look at it as if it's a repetition of what we have been doing. That's why it looks boring. But once you take it to be a guide for yourself, because from the definition over there is that it's a daily guide to instructions. If you look at it as a guide, you will discover that on each lesson base, you must prepare. You must prepare so that you can deliver. The truth of the matter is, if you do a good lesson plan, not copying from this thing, and you did it on your own, I am telling you, when you are teaching, it will switch you in class. Oh yes, I am a testament to that. If you do a good lesson plan, when you are teaching, it will be easy for you to carry everybody along. Whether slow learners, whether fast learners, there are one set of people now, they just discover they are the slowest of the slow. And they tend to say, call them, they gave them another name, call them special people. So they want to move them to a special class for special attention. There are people like that. There is, look, you finish categorizing fast, middle, low. And then you discover another set of people who does not even fit in these 3 people. So they refer to them as special cases. But if you do a good lesson plan, even those special cases, you know how to bring them in. You know how to bring them on board. All right, let's look at lesson note. There's a clear difference between a lesson plan and a lesson note. A lesson plan is a guide to your activities. What you teach per time, the areas you are supposed to cover, and how you are supposed to carry out your evaluations, how you are supposed to assess them to know whether they are following, and then to the end of your work. And at the end of the day, this is what the children have gotten. Now, what is the lesson note? The note is like a full account. The note is the lesson plan, or the objectives on your lesson plan seems to be like a bullet point. They are summaries of what you are supposed to take. But the note elaborates them more. So you must have a lesson note separate and a lesson plan separate. In whatsoever course you are taking, whatsoever subject you are taking, it shouldn't be that, most of the times they tend to merge these 2 together. And that is where most error comes from. They tend to merge it, that, okay, once you have an elaborate lesson plan, it can cover up for the lesson note. No way. No. The lesson plan can never be so elaborate. Remember, you are guided with time. But your lesson notes can be, you open up. You open up to required scope. But when you are preparing your lesson plan, it may not carry those scopes. It may not carry the entire scope. It's just a guide to tell you that, okay, at this junction, you are supposed to ask them questions. At this point, you are supposed to give them a test to see if they are actually following or not. So your lesson note, it's full. It contains the list of knowledge being learned previously. It also describes the lesson presentation and all questions that need to be asked. All right, let's look at features of a lesson note. Say general information, instruction, materials and resources, objectives, notes for, lessons, knowledge from previous studies, presentation, okay? Okay, this is, sorry, I think there's a mistake there. This is the general feature of a lesson plan, not a lesson note. This is a general feature of a lesson plan. There's a mix-up there that carries all this. The general information, that is your name, the name of the school, the age bracket, the class you are taking, your time, the total period allocated for the lesson or the topic, and all that. Then it carries also materials you use, the kind of textbook, the internet, the e-textbook you use, and all that. Please, as teachers, you need to go. You need to get out of this paper and pen. I had mommy saying it the other time. Paper and pen strategy. We go online now. Thank God for who is that president? Olusegun Obasanjo, that gave monopoly to this thing. If not, till now, people like David Mark said it is supposed to be meant for only big men. But thank God, it was not so. Even a wee Bible pusher has an Android phone. So please utilize it. This is the period where you cannot tell, a teacher cannot say that I don't have materials. I don't have textbooks to teach. No way. No way. Except you are not making use of your phone. If you are making use of your phone, there are 1,000,001 textbooks outside to use. Online. You can download it for free. You don't need to pay, go to any store to pay anything. Whatever you want, you get it. If you don't want to download it, keep it in your phone. Utilize it. Those are instructional materials. Learn new skills on how to do these things. Put them down. Behavioral objectives. What is the outcome at the end of the class? What is the child going to learn? What is going to be added up to what they know before? We've discussed all that, and they are all things we know. Now, question techniques. It is one of the most complex, unused, and you see, an undervalued skill of a teacher. Teacher who masters this skill will be able to enhance student achievement and create effective. And so, look, you must know how to ask questions. As a teacher, look, it's good. The school has a standard. Is that not so? They have a standard on how questions are to be asked. There are some schools you don't ask question of yes or no. Mrs. Shima, you bear me witness to that. You don't ask question of yes or no. True or false? No, they don't want it. Ask questions that will provide objective options. Options that the children can read and pick. But here, don't limit yourself to that kind of thing alone. These are exam questions. Is that not so? Those are the ones you will type and submit to the school for them to see. What about when you are in class and teaching? Why not develop question skills? Your question will bring out what the child does not know and where the child is lagging. Remember, if you look at the tests we offer, we have ability test, we have placement test, we have diagnostic test. All these things should help you form questions. You are trying to find out, okay, if you are taking technical drawing, you are trying to let them understand elevations. And everybody is looking confused. You try to find out what exactly they don't understand. Is it the word elevation or the word plan? You quickly create questions that will help you know what to say. When you have these skills of technically bringing out questions, it will help you to know what to tell a student per time. Oh yes, it will help you. When you ask, if you ask a general question, general answers are given. It won't give you for a particular student what the student don't understand. All of us are teachers. You bear me witness that you teach a topic. And do you understand? There's a chorus answer. Yes. Do you understand? Yes. Give them a test. And then it will marvel you what you'll be seeing on the paper. Is it not the same people that are shouting yes? But from the responses you get, you discover that there are people who actually understand what you said. But there are others who understood, but they don't get it to the extent you have said it. I was marking an exam that we administered some days back, and it's just one line question. My guy was telling me that those questions, they look simple, but they are difficult. I say, yes, I know why I asked. Let me see. I want them to answer freely. It should be a free way of answering. And you see somebody answering in the right direction and suddenly will stop. And the next paragraph, you will begin to wonder, where is this idea coming from now? With this kind of move, you should be expecting that the person will be moving step by step, but suddenly the person deviated. It is based on the kind of questions you ask. So if you want to get a particular thing from a student, you must learn questioning techniques, how to ask, what to ask, based on what you are looking for. My guy said one time, he said, we are trying to believe that examination is not the best true test of knowledge. We are trying to believe it. But there are people who will still tell you, no. As long as it's examination, it should be. The student should be able to know what to write per time. But the truth of the matter is, a student who fails a particular subject does well in another subject. The question is it that the subject he fails is too difficult for him or her to understand, or the mode of teaching that subject is different? The mode of teaching that subject is different. You see, all class, per se, all kind of student, all class of student can learn. There's this seminar I attended, and he said, every child can excel. Said every child can excel. How? Method of impactation, method of teaching. You can have a class of 20. These 20 persons are 20 unique creatures. So as a teacher, what makes you a Superman is that you must have 20 different characters to attend to these 20 unique persons. For every subject you take, you must have more than 5 different ways of explanation. It should not just be, I wrote it on the board, you copy it, and then I read it from what I have, and that's all. No. There must be they called it, there's a meat, there's a milk, and there's a water. As a teacher, you must have the meat kind of explanation for bony, strong, well-guarded students. You must have a milk kind of explanation for the average students, and you must have the watery kind of explanation. Here is it. You know, in a class of 20, when you have this mix of people, when you begin to use the watery, you are delaying the meat kind. You understand? You are delaying the meat kind. And when you begin to use the meat kind, you are frustrating the watery kind. Therefore, you must strike a balance as a teacher. That's why, to some extent, beyond the class-to-class rapport, there should be a one-to-one rapport of you and the student you have pictured out. I remember once upon a time in RSS, you were the one coordinating that clinic. They call it, what's the name of that clinic? To some students who needed special attentions. They needed special attentions. You don't just end up by saying they cannot learn, they can't learn. No. They can learn. All they need is a special attention. Component of questioning. Number one, phrasing. Using words that students can understand. Just like in the previous talk, we talked about barriers of communication, and they say stop using words, ambiguous words. Don't use words that will get students confused. You walk into a class, I want this class to be in total tranquility and silence. Hey, use simple English, let them know what you are saying. I remember when we were in secondary school, there's this senior that will always come to this line. Akumba yourself in a single file. Where are you getting this language from? Use words that students can understand. Come down to their level. You see, I've come to understand something. They say when the teachers in nursery school and primary school, they tend to behave like the children. And also, do you know why? Because they want to come down to their level. They know better, but they'll come down to their level to teach them. Now in the secondary school, the teachers in the secondary school don't want to come down to the level of the secondary school. They want to remain at that level, that high level, and then make the children know that, look, I am your teacher. I am your teacher. There's a rule in a school that as a teacher in a class, you are, they call it HPIC. You are the HPIC. You are the HPIC, the head person in charge. You are not the head master in charge. You are the head person. Every other person in the class are also persons. So, but you are the head person in charge. So that word person brings you to same level with the persons in class. But remember, you are in charge. So teachers in the secondary school tends to stay above and speak the grammars. And the children go back home and try to use the grammar they don't even understand. That's why the other thing, my Oga said, some of us, the children tend to imitate us teachers more than their parents. When they go home, they don't actually imitate their parents, but their teachers. When they sit to discuss, it is the teachers they imitate. So when you begin to use phrases and languages or words that are too big, they may not get what you are trying to say. Now focus by asking general questions and then later narrowing the question to specific things. Narrow it. If you are, they say, if you are going for a research work, you start from the global world. When you are making your literature review, you start from a global world, a big world. And then you narrow it down. If you are here in Kaduna, you narrow it down to Africa. Researches on those who wrote about this topic in Africa. And then you narrow it down to Nigeria. Research it on those who made these things in Nigeria. You now narrow it down to Kaduna. Or not even Kaduna straight away. You narrow it down to geopolitical zones in Northwest. We are in Northwest. Is that also? You narrow it down to Northwest. People who make researches on this thing in Northwest, then down to Kaduna, then even down to Goodnews Academy. So you ask general question and use a funnel system format to get a specific question to ask. Direction, by posing a question to the whole class, then to a particular person. Ask a general question to the whole class. Listen to, that's why it's very good to understand this question techniques. Listen to a chorus answer. Don't just say, I don't want chorus answer. I've had plenty teachers. No, in my class, no chorus answer. It is also a technique. Listen to a chorus answer first. Devise or create questions that can give a chorus answer and listen to it. We'll see those, you know, those who are doing, they are singing national anthem. Some people don't know how to sing it. I was asking some students, okay, they finish singing the national anthem and I say, okay, today our job is that individually you sing the national anthem. They were in JSS 3. And that was the day I said, wow. So it was actually a chorus system. Some of them don't even know what they are saying as I just explained. So you see that, give them the opportunity to have a chorus question, the chorus seat. What is this? Everybody answer. If X is equal to this, then Y will be what? Everybody answer. Then, because you have already prepared for it and you have this skill, you have questions that has to do with, okay, just this line, let me hear you. The question that has to do with just a line, the question that has to do with just one person. Learn these techniques, very, very important. Distribution, by distributing questions to cover the whole class. These are just techniques involved in questioning. Pausing, to wait or waste time, delay. Pause for a few seconds after asking a question to the whole class. Don't be in a hurry to jump to the next one. Hold on. The person who is answering may have so many things in his mind. I remember a question was asked to a student. We asked a question, who can name flying object? A good student stood up and said, mosquito. It's a clap for this student. Clap, 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 everybody clap. The teacher waited again. Who can try again? Another person stood up and said, sir, I know one. He said, huh? He said, winch. Wow. He said, why did you say so? Because my mommy used to tell us that winch flies in the night. So we should not go out at night because winch are flying. Wow. Then after some time, he now asks again, who can still tell us another? So when the class became so silent, the same guy that stood first, that said the first mosquito, stood up and said, another mosquito. The teacher was not in a hurry to back. The guy now said, because the first one was a male mosquito. The second one is a female mosquito. So you look, why am I saying this? Is that you must give pause, wait, when you ask a question. The child may have something more to say to buttress his or her point. And you need it, because that is what will tell you the child's level of understanding. If you are too in a hurry that you ask a question, the child stops and says, you say, come on, sit down, my friend, you don't know what you're saying. Come on. You send the child back to where he's coming from. I used to tell my student those when I was still in class, I said, the reason why your parents sent you here is because there is nothing in your brain. They say, you say yes. If you have something in your brains, they will keep you in the house. It's because you don't have anything, and they sent you here for me to put something. So I am careful to put the right thing. So as a teacher, know that you are careful enough to put the right thing. So if you are putting something, don't make the child be in a state where he can no longer learn. When you shut a child down during questions and answers, you have put the child in a state where the child can no longer learn. Nothing can enter again. Why? Because you shut the guy. Don't tell any child when you ask a question and the child answers, don't be in a hurry to say you are wrong. There are wordings you try to avoid to give the child the confidence to stand up another time. You look at it and say, okay, okay, but there's a better one. What you are saying is not actually it. What you answered is not actually it. This is what it. Who can try? Who can give us another trial? That's how you go. Don't shut them. Sit down. You don't know what you are saying. You know, most of the times we get into class and you are angry. Maybe the principal called you and told you about a child that is not performing well, and then you are angry. You get into the class. What is this? And he said, this is the reason why they teach the principal is telling me I'm not doing this. You're already angry. You are shutting down the child. You must learn question techniques. It is very, very important. Prompt. Okay, prompting. By asking questions and suggesting or giving clues to the answers. Most of the times, the questions you ask, they know it. How to put the answer forth is the problem. So when you give a clue, they say, oh, is this it? Okay, I can answer, and they answer. You see, the clue you gave is not as if you helped in any way not to make the student learn. No, there's something we call quick reminder or quick touch. It touches the part of that child's memory that holds that thing, and then the child comes up. So we must learn these things. We must learn these things. Advanced questioning. This includes the skill of a teacher to test the student's ability in 1, to recall, 2, to understand, comprehend, 3, to apply the knowledge being learned, and 4, to analyze it. Are they good? Are they bad? And 5, to take a creative, put it into practical. Synthesis in creative activities, and evaluation as in judgment to ideals or values. These are what it is expected of you to do in your questioning techniques. You give the child the ability to recall what he learned many days ago or what he just learned. The ability to understand. Yes, you have recalled. Do you really understand it? 2, and 3 is to apply it. Can you carry out this thing you just learned and you've understood it? Can you carry it out? Can you do it well? Do you really know what this entails? When you teach a particular topic in mathematics, for example, you taught them indices. Something you've been teaching for the week, and then on a Friday, you try to put them questions to see, okay, recall all what I've taught you. Do you really understand? If you see these things I taught you, can you put it into practice? Can you apply it in other things? Can you differentiate it from other things? From things that are not indices? All these things are things we need to put into consideration. I'll be very fast because I know we have stayed so long. And there is this economic law. Good. Yes, diminishing return. I want people to chorus it. I want people to chorus it so that we know that I will know that it is not happening yet. Because if you cannot chorus it, it is happening already. So is it happening already? All right, let's be very fast so that I can just round up. Classroom management. Coordination of the class for effective and orderliness. You see, this is also one issue that every teacher should have. You should be able to control your class. Your class shouldn't be a market section. Your class should not be a silent grave. Because we say the class should not be noisy, does not mean all the children will become chroma, their lips sealed. No, that is not what it means. What we are trying to say in this context is that you should be in charge of the class, and everybody in the class should look up to you as a learner. They should look up to you as an instructor, them as a learner. And questions that things that trouble them should be able to be directed to you as a teacher, as an instructor to handle. Being orderly in the class, one, has to do with you, the teacher. What do you know? What are you giving on to them? What are you giving on to them? If you are a teacher who does not actually know the subject matter, the moment you enter the class, the student already know this one does not know anything. And they're already whispering to themselves. They're already talking to themselves. If we give him this question, if he cannot answer, and all that. I've been to a class. I went for an interview some years ago, and they took me for a micro teaching in the SS3 class. And when I got in, I was asked to teach any topic of my choice. I said, oh, glory be to God, oh. I like bearing like something, and I went to the board and I wrote bearing and distance. They've never taught them before. And when I taught, one of them asked me, said, the bearing I wrote, is it the bearing that we found in tires and and okay, this is it. He knows one aspect of bearing, but what I wrote on the board was a different thing. It took me time to begin to bring them back to class. Okay, that bearing you know is, yes. Do you know they are related? Bearing is round. The bearing we are talking about is measurement of angles. Round 360 is what we are making reference to. The bearing this boy is talking about is round. So I must create that linkage. And from that day, the children understood that, Kai, no, this person knows his work. So after some time teaching in the school, they told me that they used to have one maths teacher. He doesn't know anything. So when he comes to class, they even carry textbook and give him a question from the textbook, and he will stand on the board and look at it and tell them the question is not correct. Anytime they give him a question, the question is not correct. Anytime they give him a question, the question is not correct. And then he loses hold of the class. They had no choice but to ask him to go. You must know what you are teaching in order to be in charge of your class. And number two, let your class not be a class where anybody talks. I told us previously that there are chorus answers, questions you throw, and there are personal questions you throw. Let the student understand you. Let them know your laws. Let it not be as if once you enter, everybody is scared. When your student begin to fear you, it will be difficult to pass a message. Why? Because you come, you beat them, you give them knock, you hold a pen. I used to have a teacher then who taught me mathematics. His pen is not for writing. We used to say the man used to buy his pen not for writing. It's just to use it. He will use it until the pen will break. He will buy another one. So we say this man doesn't use to buy pen for writing. And when people enter his class, they are scared. You are scared of being flogged or being, they should not use the pen to strike your head. As a teacher, you shouldn't create that kind of impression in your students that you are, for this one, if you talk pain, they kill you. When the child has something, a good question to ask, he won't ask. He or she will not ask. Why? Because he's scared that it is either you shout down or you will not even answer. So you must create a very friendly environment. Your class should not be noisy. Does not mean when there are questions, they should not ask. Most of the times in maths class, we even advise, split the class in 2 groups. Let them discuss. Throw questions to them. Oh yeah, you this group, answer this. Form circles, a table of 4 persons, 3 persons, and then, of course, you are expecting noise. But there are noise we call healthy noise. And there are noise that are unhealthy. Your class should not be that unhealthy noise. Unexpected events like visitors and latecomers, know how to handle them. When a child comes late, it does not mean you. I used to know teachers those days, they'll say, once I enter the class, every other person stay where you are. A child who has a good reason for coming late stays outside. He's not learning anything. There's a reason for him to come. Listen to them. Why did you come late? Create that avenue for people, for your student to be able to explain and express themselves. It's good to pass rule. If I come to your class, and what of if a child goes to ease him or herself genuinely, and then you enter the class, then you tell the child to remain outside. Have a way to manage that. Indiscipline in the absence of rules and regulation. Create rules. As a subject teacher, as a form tutor, create rules. You do this, you do that, you don't do this, you don't do that in my class. In order to achieve class management, teachers should look out at two qualities, authority and management, without which it will be difficult. To command respect, a teacher must, one, maintain his dignity. Let me tell you the truth. I made a flyer, a sticker, and I'm yet to collect it. I want to write it boldly. It's not a small sticker, it's a big sticker, and I'll put it very boldly behind my car. I am a proud teacher. I know it is like, what are you doing? I teach. People, I've seen where teachers cannot come out to say, I am a teacher. You are hiding a very life transforming profession. You cannot tell people that you are a teacher because they'll say, the teacher, how much is he earning? He's not earning anything. Please be proud of this profession called. It is because of the way we take it that parents look at us and think we don't know what we are doing. Yes, you appear before a parent, you are belittle yourself, I am a teacher. You are down small, a teacher. And the parents shout and shout and shout. You cannot, look, that is the truth. That is the truth. It is because of the way we carry it that our children are telling us that they can never be teachers. And I told one class, I said, how many of you, what do you want to be? This one said doctors, this one said lawyers, this one said this one said that. I was waiting for the person to say, I want to be a teacher, and nobody said it. And I said, wow, it means your children will suffer. They say, how why did I say, there are no teachers among you. Who will teach your children? Who will teach your children? There are no teachers among you. So it's obvious that when you become a lawyer and you become this and this and that, your children will come out. Okay, maybe it's like an announcer man who is a doctor, and the child, the son grew up, and somebody came to the house to receive an injection, and the son too took syringe and needle and injected the child, and something else happened. And they asked the boy, why did you inject this? Are you a doctor? They say, my father is a doctor, Baba na likita ne you're not jinimu. So maybe, that generation where there will be no teachers, doctors who flow through the blood to the next generation, maybe. But this is it. Let's tell ourselves the truth. We must preserve this profession. There's something I post one time on social media, on Facebook, and the kind of call I received, I had to drop that message. I said, there are 5 professions that can live forever. Every other profession will die. They will go on extinction. I said, medical doctor, they will go on extinction. Barrister, sorry, sir. I said, they will go on extinction. Very soon, if I don't quarrel with you, you carry my land, I say, I give you for God. You slap me, I say, God be with you. Do we need anything to go to court for? No. So they will go. Medical doctor, very soon, every day they teach you how to eat good food. They say if you eat well, you stay healthy. So people are beginning to know that I can eat good food and never fall sick. So there will be no need for any doctor to ask my name. Moreover, tech has done it so much that we have an app. If you don't have it on your phone now, you better go and download it. If you have a problem, log on to that app, put in your name, put in your age, put in your blood group, put in what is wrong with you, press enter. It will give you, it will diagnose everything wrong with you. It will give you the drugs you need to buy, the prescription. It will tell you the numbers of days, the time you go for another test. It's already online. So gradually, these guys will soon go off market, or their money will be reducing, and so on and so forth. But do you see that as long as humans exist on earth, teaching can never stop? So a teacher is forever. It's like an everlasting. No wonder Jesus is a teacher. Have you noticed that the period where we have teachers as presidents, the country seems to be better? When we have Yaradua, I hope you know Yaradua was a lecturer. Yes. The country seems to be better. Yes. When we have Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, even though we call him a weakling, the country seems to be better. Yes. The time we have people that say they are technocrat and military. So it means the teaching profession is God-given and will last forever. So teachers, know that you are valued as far as this life is concerned. Don't belittle yourself. Don't lower your esteem. I am a teacher. Be bold to tell somebody, don't you know? If they ask you, who are you? Who are you? Do you know who I am? I am a teacher. Tell people it's not until when you are a doctor, you are a lawyer. You know, it's easy for a lawyer to say, they say, who are you? Say, I am a barrister. Teachers, you to add pressure to your calling. Who are you? I am a teacher. Let them know. To be a teacher is not a day's job. It's not a child's play. The way you stress yourself in order to impact knowledge. The barrister don't do that in going to court. He goes to court and open his book and open all the law book, the law that was carried out in 1822 that is related to the law of today. He opened it. Judge, according to the judgment passed on so time, this is what it passed. He is reading it. He doesn't have to go to his house and be thinking, what do I do? What do I do? He will sleep, wake up in the morning. Everything is at his disposal to just go and interpret it. But you, a teacher, you will teach, and teach again. You will continue to teach. Therefore, you will learn, relearn, unlearn, learn, and learn again. So teachers, please maintain your dignity. You are not small as far as this life is concerned. Be consistent and strict with discipline, especially in dealing with misbehaviors. If you are flogging somebody today for noise making, remember, you have set a standard. Tomorrow, don't change it by telling another person to kneel down. Or you told somebody to kneel down for making noise. Tomorrow, another person make noise. Remember, be consistent. Be consistent. What the punishment you gave to a particular crime should be consistent. Don't say because this one is okay, it's brilliant, you know, let's not hide it. For teachers, your brilliant students, you tend to favor them. Oh, they are very brilliant. So when the brilliant ones make noise, you say, be careful, I'll deal with you. But when the ones that is giving you headache make noise, you say, oh, yeah, kneel down. Yes, it is found in classes. So you must be consistent. Cut those things down. Be firm and certain in your decision, especially when asking students to perform a task. Be firm. Be certain. Don't be come-see-come-sa. There's this system of government they call come-see-come-sa. Yes, when people say this, you follow them. When they say this, you follow them. Because it's as if the system of government we have today, even though it's a military man, it's as if it's come-see-come-sa. When one set of cabal say, Mr. President, take away subsidy. Yes, we agree. Subsidy, take away. Another set will come say, Mr. President, taking away subsidy will kill the people. Return subsidy. Yes, we agree. That's why you see fuel rising to 350, returning back to 194. It will rise again, it will return back because we don't know what we are going to. They say, Mr. President, construct this thing to Lake Chad. Yes, we will do. They say, no, Lake Chad, bandit will disturb us. They say, okay, cut it. We are not doing it again. When do they start announcing for census? We're supposed to do census since January. We are entering May. Is it not tomorrow or next tomorrow? As at this morning, they were still meeting with the presidency to ask which date will they do census after setting like 5 different dates for census. Shift it. We have this. Shift it. There is this. Shift it. There is Ramadan. Shift it. There is election. Shift it. There's a comsa kind of government. You as a teacher, you shouldn't be firm. Let your yes be your yes and let your no be your no. Method of teaching. Method of teaching. We have different methods of teaching. I said it earlier that as a teacher, when you have 20 students in your class, you have 20 unique persons. So you must have 20 unique techniques of teaching them. If good and fine, 10 of them are alike, it reduces your burden. So you have 11 different techniques. If you have them, regroup them. That's one good thing about a teacher. You should be quick. The first thing you do for the first 2 weeks of your class is to know fast learner. That's why question techniques on previous knowledge is very important. As you enter your class, there's something we call placement test. Carry out a placement test to know where does each student belongs to. The fast learner, the slow learners, the slow of the slow. You should know them. That is the first thing you will do, so that as you pick up a topic to teach, on your preparation table, you have drawn a line of best fit. For those who do physics, there is a line of best fit. When you pick out points, yes, on a graph, definitely the points are not linear, and you don't need to have a zigzag line. You must have a straight line. It has to be a straight line graph. So there's a line called the line of best fit that cuts across. It has same relationship with all the points that you have picked. So on your preparation table, you have gotten that line of best fit. Why? Because you now know the calibers of students that you have. Every student can excel. Every child can excel. The only thing you need to do is to vary the teaching methodology. When you have different students in your class, you must know how to vary it. You must know how to control the knob. You must know how to make sure that the slow learners follow. What we have here, we have the lecturing method, the conventional method. Generally, I come to class, I open book, I teach, I go to board, I write, listen, just like what I am doing. You know, as a teacher, one thing that we don't see as a teacher is, you know, as a pastor, what we believe in is, after preaching to 1 million souls, and you say, well, I have done my job. If only one person make it to heaven, I have tried. As a teacher, we don't do that. Everybody must make it to heaven. Oh, yes, everybody must make it to heaven. You see, it is an ancient pattern of pastoring that, well, I've done my part. If only one person made it to heaven, and maybe that one person is you. And the remaining people you have, the shepherds, they are all dancing to hellfire. And then you say, well, God, I did my job. Bros, you don't do any job at all. I was in EFCC office some days back, and a worker in the church took me there. He was arrested for one thing or the other. And we've been going there from my house to that place is a very long. So I spent roughly 4 to 5 liters of fuel in my car to go to that place and come back. And I go there almost every day throughout last week. And then this week, it was only yesterday and today that I have not been there because a barrister has taken charge of the matter. Now, I was coming back the other day, and my wife began to say, so is it every day you will need to go to this place? And I say, well, you see, we are pastors. We are like shepherd. When you are leading your sheep and one break leg as a result of running to the road, you will not abandon that sheep. You will carry that sheep and put it on your shoulder and walk to catch up with the rest. As you are walking, you are stretching that leg that is broken. As a teacher, this is what you should do. Carry that mentality. On no account that a child, because the child failed as a result of his stubbornness, you say, oh yeah, stay there. Let me push these ones that are ready to learn. No. You must pick that child. If the child needs special attention, you must create it. I know you'll be wondering, what kind of, will I suffer myself till like that? Oh yes, it is a call to duty if you are a born teacher. And I know every one of us here are born teacher, because I asked a question and everybody put hands down. We are all born teacher. It is either you are born or you make yourself a teacher. Praise God. You see, it's so obvious that if you are not born, you make yourself. You see, most of the times we tell ourselves that, no, I am just teaching for just a period of time. Once things get better, once I get a good job, I'll switch over. You do 1 year. You are teaching to get a good job. 2 years. You are teaching to get, you started the teaching when you were 32 or 31 years old. You are now 45. You are still looking at it as a temporary job. Hello. Has it not dawned on you that you are called into this ministry and then you begin to make your light shine? The passage I'm on read, he said, let your light so shine, not just let it shine. Let it so shine that even a blind man will know that a light is shining. That is the meaning of let your light so shine. That even a blind man will know that your light is shining. It is not only those who can see and who are facing your direction, even those who are backing you. When your light so shine, they are compelled to turn and face you. When a blind man comes in position where your light, he will know that, oh, there is a light shining. It is time, if you have stayed in this profession for 10 years to 15 years, I am telling you, begin to work on yourself and say, well, it's obvious this is my calling, and let me do it well. Let me begin to excel in it. All right, demonstration method. You see, that's why it's good for lesson plan. If I have a lesson plan for this course, I won't go out of line. I will be focused. But because I don't have a lesson plan, that's why lesson plan is very good. It keeps you check that you will not use the time you are supposed to use to teach and explain about Man City and Man U match. And then when you come back, the time has gone. Just the way my time is going. Demonstration method. Especially in science departments, you use demonstration mainly method. You demonstrate for the student to see. It is not every student that knows how to hear you talk, but when you act, when you demonstrate, when you do it practically on a table, it quickly sticks to their memory. Yes, it quickly sticks. There are students who understand VA. You have to repeat it, say it, and say it again, as if it is a meditation. And then you teach that child how to go and do meditation. You see this thing, just read, keep reading it. As you go home, keep reading it. It stays for the child. Methodologies in teaching, discovery method. Allow the student to play around materials, to play around a particular topic. Give them time. There are some students that on their own, they can catch 1 or 2 things. And then when you bring them together on a table, you tell them, what have you learned so far? The period you were studying together with your mates, what have you learned? What have you gotten? Discussion method. Allow discussion among teachers, among students. Laboratory method. All these methods are methods you already know. All you just need to do is work on them and see how you can bring them to manifestation. Oh yes. There are things you know. It is not as if they are aliens to you. All these things we are saying, they are not alien, they are not strange, they are not new. You know them, but you've never in one time practicalized them. The students in your class that are having deficiency or difficulty in coping with what you are teaching, check one of these methods, use it for them, group them together, pick them, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, put them together, alternate this method around them and see which one will give you good results. Project method, allow carrying out of project. We have individual learning method and so on. Now, the role of measurement and evaluation in school. We've said so many things about it. It is very important you evaluate. It is very important you check, is what I'm teaching getting into the student? Are they being impacted? We say measurement is a process of using numbers to describe quantities or frequencies, allocating numbers to grades, to levels. It involves assigning numbers to object, event, or using a particular set of rules, a particular structure. It is either it is ascending or it is descending. If you state this, you are 20%. If you state this, you are 60%. You've allocated values to them. While evaluation, on the other hand, is a systematic process of determining the extent to which instructional objectives are achieved. Remember, in your plan, in your lesson plan, there's a place where we call behavioral objectives. What at the end of this class, at the end of this lesson, this is to be learned. This should have been learned. That's why in stating out your objective, they say this, at the end of this lesson, the student should be able to do this, and that. Now, you evaluate in order to know if these things have been achieved. And this evaluation comes in different forms. The evaluation comes in different forms. It can be a formative kind of evaluation. That is, you administer in stages to monitor learning progress. How you teach. You teach objective 1, they've learned, you evaluate them. You give them a test to see, yes, they've passed, they've understood this. You move to the next stage, you give them evaluation, you evaluate them. It's a formative evaluation. Then there's a summative evaluation. You wait until the end of your teaching. At the end of your class, you now begin to ask them questions from the beginning of the class to the end. You see, these types of, you must know which one works well for you. That's why they gave you in forms. You must know which one gives you. For different subjects, the different types of evaluation are used. If it is for mathematics, if it is for English, for biology, different types of evaluation processes are used. You will not say, okay, because they are doing a summative evaluation in biology, then you come into mathematics and say, yes, at the end of the week, before you begin to do evaluation. No. You see, your lesson plan gives provision for, at the end of everything is when you begin to see classwork, you begin to see tests, weekend tests, and the rest of them. It is based on a particular kind of evaluation. So on your own, when preparing your lesson plan, what is the type of evaluation are you implementing? That is what you will use to prepare your lesson plan. If it is after every class, because according to mathematics, after every class, you must give a classwork. If it is after every class, you give a classwork, good and fine. If it is after the whole lesson is being taught, you give a classwork. So you prepare your lesson plan according to the type of evaluation that you want. Placement evaluation. Placement evaluation. That's what I said when you came. The first thing you do for students in your class as a subject teacher is what? Placement. Where do you place them? Which class? We are not talking about class 1 or class 2 or promotion or this. We're talking about who are fast learners, who are slow learners. You must know that in your own subject. And then the diagnostic evaluation. You find out What do they know better? Where are they having problems? It's just like when you go for a test and they diagnose this and that for you. So you know what to do per time. I will want to hand over this last part to my boss. He's the one in charge of resolving conflicts that in the next 20 years, we may not have conflict in Nigeria again. If you believe me, say amen. Amen. So at this juncture, let me call on my Oga to round up this. Thank you very much.
Okay. So I believe that I hope our time is valuable. I hope we are learning. Well, I believe that we are taking good advantage of this because I know that when we you know, okay. So are we together? Are we together? Okay. So let us be on our feet. We just have a few little time to round up. We have a lot of things we need to cover up. You know that these things we are doing, we are just picking things we feel that are relevant for you. And then, you know, if we had proper time, some of these things will properly discuss them and give you examples on how these things have been done. And that is why I advise that for those of us who have not done the professional diploma in education, please, we run the program, we run under Focus College of Education and Advanced Studies. We train professional teachers and equip them with the skills. We have a center in Settlement House, and it is through the center that you are enjoying this particular training. Are we together? Are we together? So I believe that we are making good use of our time. So we have another important aspect that we need to look at very briefly. You see, we have established that this school has a goal. Please, you can sit down. This school has a goal, it has an aim, it has an objective, isn't it? And then we have seen also here that in every form of human relationship, there are bound to be conflicts. Please, I want to know if we are together. There are bound to be conflict in the school environment, you know, in interaction between teachers and teachers, between teachers and management, between students and management, students and students, there are bound to be conflict. So if there are bound to be conflict, you know, this happens wherever there is need for teamwork. When you are bringing two people together from different backgrounds, there are bound to be misunderstanding, especially in respect to communication. Are we together? Communication, where there is gap in communication, where there is misunderstanding, and a lot of things. So you see, when you're working in a school and you know there is going to be conflict one way or the other, there is need for you to set out mechanism for the resolution of those conflicts. So in a school environment, you have different stakeholders. You have the teachers, you have the cleaners, you have the students, you have the management, you have the workers who do other things, you have security, and you have people who work in the kitchen, right? All of these people are put together for the purpose of achieving the goal, the aims and objective of that organization. So where there is a problem and that problem is not solved, where there is conflict and that conflict is not solved, then there is the goal, the aims and objective of that school will be suffering. Is that correct? Is that correct? So for there to be, for the school to achieve its purpose, we must make sure that issues that are possible, that you know, we must ensure that we set mechanism on ground for proper and quick resolution of conflicts. First, when conflict occurs, I hope we know what conflict is, right? Disagreement. Where there is disagreement due to, there are a lot of things that could cause those things. You know, there must be need, there must be a mechanism to solve this issue as quick as possible. Oh, we are going to discuss it tomorrow, later, tomorrow, next tomorrow, you keep shifting it. Before you know it, it's like a wound. When there is a wound, the thing is covered with flesh, and you know, it can be rotting inside if you don't give it proper attention. Are we together? So you look at the goal. Why are you teaching? Why are you in the school? Your role as a teacher, how do you contribute? Know that you have an important function and value. You are valuable. You are very important and critical in achieving the aims and objectives of that school. Are we together? So the school cannot do without you. And you should know that where there is a problem, you can initiate the process of resolution. There are a lot of things that can cause this conflict in our environment. Going contrary to agreements. You know, we agree that teachers should come so time, spend so time in school, don't exceed so time, you know, do your lesson, administer your test within so. We need to have the scores within so time. When you don't do it, there will be problem. Poor communication, we have discussed extensively on it. Those are some of the things that can cause what? Conflict. Prevention, they say, is better than cure. We are doing all these things so that we can know the things. If you know what is going to cause you malaria or cause you to be sick, you can avoid them, right? Injustice, we have explained. Partiality, you don't treat people as they were supposed to do it to be treated. Students, you know, favoritism here and there, you know, all of those things can cause problem. Injustice, when you discover that someone is not treated the way he's supposed to. Prejudice, intolerance. We need tolerance to be able to teach students, right? To live in an educational environment, you need tolerance because you are under constituted authority. You know, we said that a teacher, one of his ethics is that he has respect for constituted authorities, right? So if you are not tolerant, who is she, who is he for him to tell me this kind of thing? It can escalate. When you escalate, know that the future of the school, future of the students, future of the environment is at stake. Are we together? So if you know as a professional teacher and you understand from all that we have said your role, you take steps, you are building, you may be surprised. The people that may help you tomorrow may be these students. Imagine because of conflict or misunderstanding, you decide to say, I will do it anyhow. By the way, how does it concern me? What am I losing? I'll just do my thing, my period is finished, I will go my way. You are not concerned about the student, you are not concerned about the management, you know, you are just feeling, and by the way, it's not even my school and all of those things. No, you don't do like that because the way you lay your bed, that is how you are going to lie on it. Don't say, when I open my own school, then I will take, no, this is how you do it. If you cannot take care of another person's property, you cannot surely take care of your own. And that is why the Holy Book says that if you are faithful in taking care of another person's property, God will give you your own. Are we together? So you must take note of that. Then pride. A teacher, teaching environment, security. Oh, no, don't allow this. Why will you talk to me like, am I not old enough to give back to you? Who are you? What do you have that I don't have? Pride. Behind most of the conflicts are pride. If you can calm down, you know what is your motivation for teaching? There are a lot of things that could stand in the gap. It is your motivation that will keep you moving. If you don't know why you are doing the reasons why you are doing it, then there is bound to be a lot of problems. Are we together? Then self-interest. All of us have our own interest. Then assumptions. You assume, maybe this is what they are thinking. That is why they are behaving this way. Oh, this is what this person is thinking. Because is it because I am just coming into the school? Am I no more qualified than this one? You make a lot of assumptions. Those assumptions may be wrong. So give opportunity, discuss. That's why we're talking about communication, discussion. If you don't discuss with somebody, you will never know what the person is thinking or feeling. Then lack of compassion. Be compassionate to the management. Be compassionate to your co-teachers. Be compassionate to the students. See them as if these children were to be, assuming it is your own child, see them as your children, you are teaching them. What will be in your mind when you are teaching them? Imagine your child say, I don't understand this thing. Say, get away, your head is like coconut. Nothing enters inside. Is that what you would do? Yes, do to others what you want others to do to you. What we sow is what we are going to reap, isn't it? It's a simple principle of life. People who don't know God, they don't believe in anything. They say, give, it shall be given unto you. It's a simple principle. You don't need to be a Christian or a Muslim. Once you are a giver, a hand that is open will always receive. Simple. Are we together? Then religion, this is a mono. I know that if you may have Muslims today, you may have people who don't have religion, they can attend, but basically it is a Christian school, isn't it? And from the aims and objective. So, but if it is a mixed school, you must be sensitive. This religion, ethnicity, tribalism, these are things that can cause conflict in schools. Are we together? Then, when conflicts happen, what do? We say there are alternative ways of resolving. Issues from this place, if you don't resolve them, can lead you to police station, can lead you to court, can lead you to prison. I hope you know. I hope we know. But there are other ways we can resolve matters. Alternative dispute resolution. You resolve this dispute out of the court. How is it? Alternatively, court is not involved. Parties that are in dispute are the ones who sit to discuss. A teacher offends you, the principal offends you, vice principal, academic student, all of those things, you find a way where you discuss and iron out these issues. It's a better option when you go to police station. Everybody will be bringing his own style of defense. And before you know it, so we advocate for discussion. Discuss this issue. Reach out to this other person. Lay your complaint. There are procedures, right? Lay your complaint. Find opportunity to discuss. Is very, very effective. Most of the things that can happen around this place are civil in nature. When it comes to stealing and all of those things, these are criminal in nature. But remember your role as a teacher, transform society to impact knowledge, learning, relearning, unlearning. That's what you do. When you find out bad habits, criminal habits, immorality, and all of those kind of things. Rape, for example, is a capital offense. You go to prison for years. When you see some of these tendencies and you notice them, you teach the students, unlearn, help them to see the proper perspective, make them make informed decision. You help them see the good, the bad, the ugly, and then advise them, this is the right thing. If you go this way, this is the repercussion. So that when they are taking decision, they are taking the right decision, and you can pray for them as well. Now, why resolving conflict amicably? What is the advantage? The parties involved in the conflict are involved. It's not this one. When you go to court, it's the court that will look at every time and say, you are guilty. This is your punishment. Isn't it? But you know, when you sit down and say a student has done something, you sit down and say, yes, you are guilty. Okay, what do we do? As a form of, you discuss, okay, sweep this place, do this, you know, as a punishment for all of those things. You can discuss and agree. Two students are fighting, you call them, what is the cause? What is the reason? When you involve them and you discuss and you see that there is no partiality, everybody has his own mind and his view, and you help them through some of these things to find a solution amicably. You, because you are doing this thing, this is what is spoiling this one. This one is spoiling that one. So why don't you do like this and do like this? And both of them feel that they are involved in the decision. Then they say, hey, this person is a noisemaker. I say, okay, that noisemaker. From where you are, you didn't even find that you have sent punishment. Tell him to come out. You don't even know. Maybe somebody that has steered this thing. So discussing is very, very important. Amicable resolution. Are we together? It's very simple. It's not complex. You discuss. Parties are involved. Confidentiality. You don't go and carry what you have discussed in confidence or during counseling or during amicable resolution. You now come and be sharing it to students, to colleagues, and the rest. When you come next time, when something happens, they say, no, I'm not going to tell them the truth. How can I open up to say I'm the one that did this thing? Then they will now come and make a public show of confidentiality. Issues you treat, let them remain private and confidential. Are we together? Don't disclose it to other people around, and then people will be encouraged to actually resolve this. But I think with this, we have come to the end of this professional teachers development training, and I'll allow you to ask questions for a few minutes, and then we will call it a day. Thank you. So, go ahead, questions. Does anyone have questions? Yes, please, go ahead.
My question is, how do you handle that the output, that means output, I know that don't let it take place. I think that church have its own part. They can effort, and the student also should also make an effort for learning to take place. What if you have a student that always gives excuses? You're trying to make them just try all your possible best to see that they have to do. But the students just give all the kind of best you want to give. For example, you can say, can you meet students learn once one-on-one? You can have a job one-on-one. I mean, just giving different kinds of excuses. Sometimes when you point the child where the child is missing is, the child wants to give the excuse for missing what is missing. It doesn't just, child is not just give to or accept correctly so that you can guide it out. How do you pronounce it?
Okay, so you see, you have, this is an academic environment. You have academic and spiritual injection. I may need to use, because you see some issues are spiritual, really. As you academically, you are making all efforts. You need to, that's why we said you administer some. There are some children that are just exceptionally stubborn. Some belongs to occultism, some belongs to secret societies, some belongs to different kinds of groups like that. Do you understand? It is your ability to diagnose the problem that you'll be able to find a solution. Some maybe because of some of the issues they are facing at home. A lot of things contribute. Some, the parents cannot even say anything to them. So they look at you, this small auntie, who are you? If my father cannot talk to me, you know, sometimes you see a child dresses from home and leaves home, comes out. The parent didn't say, no, this is not okay, you cannot do this. Then you outside, a teacher or a pastor or somewhere, you're now coming to tell the child, no, this thing is not okay. They will look at you. I beg. You know, if it is slap, it's just that maybe they have respect for you. If not, maybe they will slap yourself. Do you understand? So, but you know, you'll be guided by your effort. If it were your child that has that kind of attitude, what will you do? Are you going to give up on the child? Are you going to say, me, I've tried all my possible best to? Like mothers. I had a friend who impregnated a lady and then she gave birth to the child. And then he said, what is it? Why will he marry? If he needs child, just be impregnating the girls and you do and go and collect his child. I say, but do you think God will be happy with you? You know the scripture you quoted for me? Say, can a mother forsake? That is what he told me. So it means maybe he understands the extent to which God can forgive. So do you now go and deliberately be doing things because God will forgive? Do you understand? So if it were your child that has those issues, you look at it, all around you have made effort, then is it spiritually stable? Because the truth is that the spiritual controls the physical. That is it. Are we together? So you make effort as a teacher, your role is to impact life, to transform life of people and the society. What are the strategies? You can even go and make more research, browse. How do you handle stubborn children in class? You may be surprised. You can see some people have handled similar situations. They will give you a clue or an idea. I don't know if you understand me. Do you understand? Do you understand? So, but you have to be determined. If you just give up, and you know that some of these stubborn people, when you keep persisting and persisting, sometimes they end up becoming very people. You will be like, what? So you mean if I've given up? Have you not seen situations like that? And sometimes, you know, pride can make somebody feel, if I now accept, somebody will be broken, but he doesn't want to show, like men. They will be crying and crying inside, but they say it's a taboo for a man to be crying and tears coming out. So you'll be doing audacious to everything. The woman, small thing, she has cried and cried her thing out. And don't be surprised, men always die and leave women, most times. Most times. Because they have burdens, they don't express them. It's not today's son. So the times have changed. Are we together? But do you understand, Auntie? Yes, Oga wants to add something. Did you understand?
Students of that kind of category, there's something we recommend quickly for them. Even before you get to the school, there should be somebody who is in charge of guiding and counseling. When you try this, becoming too difficult to be tutored. You've done all of it. You've applied every technique from A to Z. So quickly report to guidance and counseling. Let the child especially monitor. And if it exceeds what psychological matters can handle, then chaplain can come Thank God for this grace. I believe there's all these departments. Then the chaplain comes in and then giving the spiritual intention. Now, there's one thing that is very, very important. Every teacher should be a role model or a mentor. You must live a life of being a mentor. Let's be that there are students who are connected to you. When you see somebody who is behaving somehow, you know a teacher who can handle. You can report to that teacher. Then you drag the child together. That's one good thing about teamwork. We must work together, even though it's just for that one child. We must all work together to make sure that one child is correct. Because as he said, that one child that you think is coming to stop, it's not out to be to come. Thank you very much.
Yes, I hope you understand. Guided, in fact, abroad, please don't be shaking. Abroad, when a child begins to manifest some of these things, there are procedures. They say, have you recommended the person for psychological counseling before it will now from there take other steps? But in Nigeria, we just do things. So when you see those things, a psychologist, a guidance and counseling, trained guidance and counseling person will be able to help in the situation. And if you do a training in education for professional diploma in education, you have even guidance and counseling as part of the package. Are we together? So you have stages and things you need to do in the school system. You have different departments, which you'll be able to refer a matter to this one and this one, even for continuity. When this person is not there, you come and find record, okay, you have this scenario or this situation. So it's very, very important. Are we together? Please, any other question? Ask question, you don't pay money to ask a question. Yes, ma'am. Tell us your name. Please, ma'am, what is your name? Blessing Isaac. Okay, thank you for your question. What about you? Esther Hassan. Okay.
I want to ask, is it not actually possible that we make lesson plan? You stated that your lesson plan notes should be different, while the lesson notes that the exercise book for lesson plan should be different from that of the lesson. Because I think somehow at some point we need to learn this lesson plan and lesson notes. If you have a comprehensive note attached to the lesson plan prepared, and you have an assessment also at the end of the match, that's the lesson plan and the lesson notes. I just want you to answer. If you don't know,
all right. Thank you. Thank you so much. You see, in those days, when we are doing building, we don't consider it. That's why in our old churches, you see big columns, half columns. Then we don't consider economy, we have it enough. We utilize material. But today's construction, we consider economy. That is why you go to church and you see very slim columns holding a massive structure up, holding very big things. Consider economy. So we make sure that there is no unnecessary use of material. Also in education, if economy is put into consideration, we can merge lesson plan and lesson notes together. If economy is being considered, remember stationery, very expensive now. In those days, when students are writing exam, we don't tell them write carefully. There is today we tell them, if you do anything wrongly, that is the only paper available for you. Why? Because papers are expensive. So when we look at economic factor, we can merge it. But in merging it, you must be very, how do I put it? You must be very elaborate when you are putting down a note. Now, this is it. This is one of the disadvantages. You see, for example, subjects that carries plenty notes, like biology, geography, Arabic. Just imagine, this is your lesson plan. Lesson plan that carries every note, big notes. Remember, next year, you will produce this again. You will not go and carry this old one and go to class. But here it is. Your plan being like a summary, you can alter it in few new things. Then you go to the old notes and open to that page where that particular thing is. You are not going to copy the old notes. It is the new thing you added. You write another paper and attach it to it. You did not waste this old paper. It is still there for reference sake, but the attachment is the new discovery on your lesson notes. But if it is both together, you are expected to rewrite even the notes they still need for last year that have not been changed. You will write it again. And you will now put the main thing you have. And but if it is a lesson plan that is concise, it is easy for you to just, because remember in the lesson plan are bullet points, summaries. So if you are bringing in a duty, it is going to still be a summary of the thing you are bringing. And then in the lesson notes, you elaborate on that meeting and attach it to it. Lesson notes can be reused if you attach a new thing to it. But lesson plan cannot be reused. You must make a new plan for a new year. Because in your plan, the new thing that came in may not come in at the end of the old things they learned, but it will be in between. So you want to cancel and put it in between? No, you have to write them new thing in between before you complete. But on your note, since it is a note you are going to use to copy in class, it is at your disposal to know which one to copy first, which one to copy last. It is a note. You can flip through it, attach it to this place, and put it, staple it to it. It is your note. You don't submit lesson notes per se, but you submit lesson plans. The note is for you to teach an elaborate explanation on a particular topic. But the plan is anybody can pick your lesson plan and go to class and help you teach the period when you are not around. But very few person can pick your notes and help you. Your lesson plan, anybody can pick it. That is why we say, as a teacher, you must be versatile. I can pick somebody's biology lesson plan and just go to class. I know what the last thing they taught was this. So I know the next thing that will be taught because it is already planned. And since it is not my class, they already know what I'm trying to tell them is that I'm covering up for somebody. So I give them a bullet point. When the teacher comes back, he gives them the notes and explain the notes to them. I only covered it. So we can use someone's lesson plan to cover up for the person. So there's nothing like he's not around, so nobody can know. You look for somebody who is free. So teachers, put yourself up. So for economic reasons, you can merge it, but remember, you will still have to keep writing it again.
You see, if we allow him, he will keep talking and keep talking because that is what teachers do. Maybe that is why we don't like teachers. They keep... Okay, and he's also a... Okay, yes, any other question? Yes, sir.
Okay. So discipline today
how does it fit in the today's curriculum? So in those days, we took discipline as one of aspect of the school system. So that people that are supposed to people that don't just behave and then so discipline is really part of it. Today we discover that discipline is a kind of now being reduced away. And we sit on schools whereby they don't want to even discipline the students and students have it. And it's also affecting even the performance. So I'm looking at that, how does this, fit in today's curriculum? Because even the government is like, they are not really, that area is being kind of neglected.
Okay. You see, different schools have their own different standards, right? So when you go to a particular school, you need a reorientation on the way and manner they go about discipline. Some say don't beat, you cannot punish. This is their own form of discipline, And if you bring white man's mentality of discipline, the Bible says that spare the rod and spoil the child, isn't it? And so some of us who were disciplined, we are grateful for it later on, But if you live in a society where you cannot discipline a child for anything, but as a teacher, there are a lot of different forms of discipline you can administer to a student. They say we should be compassionate, right? And you are not doing it out of hatred. You are doing it out of love. In fact, for those of you who are Christian, the Bible says that a child who is not disciplined is as good as a bastard, right? So this is a Christian school, and your motto, the motto of this school is discipled for service. Discipline is the root word for that disciple, right? So for you to be disciple, you pass through a lot of discipline, isn't it, before you can now come out the way you are supposed to. Are we together? So you find out what are the modalities for discipline set down by the school. That is what you are supposed to enforce, because they have rules and regulations and they have their own aims and objectives. We stated it is also to groom those children. You cannot allow a child, to come and defeat the purpose why he is even in the school. Are we together? But you have to do it in conjunction with the management. You can find out from the management what are the modalities you have put in place for discipline. They will explain and they will let you know, so that you don't go out of line. In as much as you want to discipline a child, you will not go out of the constituted authorities clear this thing. What was said?
What I heard
was
him asking about flogging.
Yes, let me.
Flogging?
Yes.
Is that the discipline you are talking about?
It's not only to flog, but try to instill, they say, whereby the student know that this place is a discipline area, so that you don't, but when you come to a whereby it is very laissez-faire system, whereby they do whatever they like and they do something. That is what I'm trying to look at.
Okay.
And even the curriculum itself, it really look into.
Being a student is a disciplined lifestyle. For you to come and sit down in the class for your number of period is discipline. Do you understand? Boarding is extra.
What is happening today is that the system is changing. Therefore, we must change it. Gone are those days where discipline is just on the front. So we were flogged to correction. I went to secondary school in my first three, SS1, 2, and 3 was the boarding school, St. Francis College in Open State. To come to the assembly is as early as the boarding school, as early as 6:30. And they ring the bell 6 o'clock. And the moment they finish ringing the bell, the seniors stand on the door and count 10. The rest of you inside my job, that morning they will flog the hell out of you. They can be flogging you, the principal will pass and say, deal with it very well. You're flogging at the increase by 2. Now, today, we stop it. We try as much as we can to avoid physical flog. But there are new ways to instill discipline. I went to a school for quite long, and what I saw with my eyes, I said, wow. And I was asking them, how did people achieve this? They said, well, rules and regulations, the student come and they told me 1 or 2 things. You don't see a student walking when they're outside. They are always on. As they are, the school is always silent. You'll be thinking there are nobody in class. When a child comes out, he knows he has limited time to go outside. No child comes out without a tag. Once you see any of them, he's carrying a tag and he's on his own. He's running. You are going to the toilet, you run to the toilet, you run, you don't walk. No sluggishness. And believe you me, there is no king that is used in that school. No king. No king. But when they punish a child, the child knows it's being punished. One thing they do is, number one, they can deny you your break time. When it is break, others are going outside. The teacher will come and carry you. Sitting with the teacher all for that week. Don't break for me. There are different forms, even because of the change in this educational system. Let me tell you something. Some of you, if you have not gone online, please try. Groom yourself. Teaching is going on, is go online, even secondary school. Parents, I know of one allergy. 3 of his children, they don't go anywhere. They are sitting for Wyatt now. They don't. People come to their house to teach them. If you cannot come, you set a Zoom, they stay at home, they teach them everything. Everything is changing. So if they imagine the whole thing is changed into an online teaching system, are you going to flog the screen on your television because the child is not there? But there is a way to still punish. There is a way to discipline. We must change with it and let us quickly, as quick as possible, take away the concept of flogging from teaching. Take it away. Yes, they have been flogging, yet we did not rise above the white men. The white men have stopped flogging ages, they are still on top. Look at all these things. We have been flogging as good as that. Yes, our people that are there that are not being flogged. They are doing better, they are doing great. Their names are written in gold. And yet we flog, we have been flogged us. Yet we are still trying to imitate them. Can't you see that flogging will not necessarily be what can drive someone? There are different forms, very, very different forms of discipline that will work.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Quickly, but we are going to collect the time you use.
Yes, no problem. Sir,
Yes.
the truth of the matter is, we can achieve anything we set our minds to do. And the earlier we remove this issue of flogging, I think the year I started teaching, the federal government came up to give a law that prohibits flogging. And with the friends now, because I have read and I've heard several cases where you raise the case, the child dies. And the federal government said the government will not follow anybody to court for defense. They will not help you. You kill, manslaughter, girl slaughter, whatever.
Mistake slaughter.
Slaughter. So, and then another side of it that I am looking at very personally. You know, lately, well, a hungry man is an hungry. We are very hungry and we are very hungry. So when a child offends us, we tend to vent
Anger. The poverty, the hunger, when the wife was told you are playing on the child. And that way we lose the children. Sincerely, that aspect of them becoming aliens to us, or we becoming alienated when we do so. Because they can't strike the balance. Is this supposed to be my teacher or a hater? So if we remove this aspect of, because it brings a lot of questions. Lastly, for your own safety as a teacher, that's the part that I want to bring up. Children have become very hateful to you. You touch them, they vow, you must pay for it. So teachers are even being killed right now because they flog the child, the gang will wait, the boyfriend will wait, the child, he himself will want to watch you. So why do they have to put that?
By the way, it is a child. He is the one. You are trying to make him better. It's not you, Abby.
The girl that took a gun to school in Benue State, it was very last year. It's because the teacher told her to go and cut off the hair that she had. The next day she got a gun. I want in Benue State. No, sorry. It was an Igbo state. One of these Igbo states. SS2, SS1, she took a gun to kill the people. So when we see such,
so beyond this, as Christian, this is a Christian school, and I believe that you have the goals, a Christian mission school. Spiritual aspect, there are some things you tackle spiritually. You pray. If it is demon in oppression, you cast the demon out, isn't it? If it is spirit, you cast them out, and then you have a free environment. That man that was extra strong because he had legions inside of him, he breaks chains. These are extracurricular activities. If they put chain on you, you won't be able to do anything, isn't it? But he was able to break it because there are influence of other forces. If you're able to sort out that one, the other manifestation will stop. So we need to also be spiritually equipped to be able to help. So you help, in fact, health, according to national waiting, for someone to say he's healthy, it has some spiritual, physical, and some other components. You understand? That's the definition of health. So if you are not spiritually healthy, you cannot say you're actually healthy because health is encompassing. Are we together? Yes, sir. Before we go.
Maybe we need to go into and check exactly what the Bible means. I'm concerned here because we are a Christian school. Therefore, the means from which we want to imitate or absorb what the federal government says. I think we need to not specify what the Bible means by God.
So, you need to create a Bible study where you. So organize a Bible study. Let's understand what that rod is. Yes. So okay. So thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate. This is almost 4 hours or more. You know, we have been sitting trying to see how we can educate ourselves and equip ourselves to be better. I believe that after this training, you go out there to become better. If you want to get a certificate for this one, you pay for it. As in, you pay for it. Let me finish. No, this one is for teachers. Those who want to collect, they will pay for it. Your principal will pay for you, don't worry. Yes. So we will talk about that. If you need slide you need, that one we'll talk about that one. Are we together? But for those of you who are not professional teachers, it's a good thing. It opens up opportunity.
This professional diploma in education is recognized worldwide. I'm telling you, so you become a professional teacher. It's a good thing. If you have not done, do it. Are we together? Our students are in second semester now. They will be finishing and then new sets will be coming. Make it a goal. If you need any form of help or assistance, reach out to us. Let's see. You understand? This seminar or class, if you have a school that want us to come and do it, we are open. We want to contribute, as well as, a teacher, we make money from it too. So that is why we are not there just ordinary teacher. By the way, I'm a lawyer, he is a builder, but teaching is our passion. You understand? So we are proud to be teachers and we earn a living from it. When I go to teach conflict resolution, is teaching, and I earn money from it. Just 2 hours, they pay me more than maybe 50,000 naira, or 1 hour plus 1 hour, 20 minutes. This time I spend here is a lot of money. You understand? You can develop yourself, develop something in your career. You can teach people what you have studied. Be a professional at it. When people see that you know it, they will pay. Are we together? Are we together? So we want to really appreciate you for sitting down to listen, to cooperate, to ask questions. So I will, my principal wanted to say something. Okay.
Yes. Please, when the admissions are beginning, it will be let us.
Okay. 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 So please, you can as well speak to schools around that may need this kind of training. We are available to come and do it. But for the pioneer, maybe this is the dean of the study. So maybe we'll collaborate and see if it is a slide, if it gives approval, we will send. Those who may need certificate, it may help you, actually, may help you. It's a continuous professional development. It may help you. So for those who want, we can talk about that, can discuss with the principal. Then maybe you give us two people to give us vote of thanks. Okay, one, then we'll just take our picks and you want to say something? Okay, please, quickly.
Hallelujah. I want to say a big thank you for this enlightenment, this teaching, this afternoon. Very, very good. In fact, it's just like when Peter was fishing, he caught nothing, and Jesus came and asked him to throw his net on this other side. He came out with a very big result. I am feeling this afternoon that Jesus has come to ask us to throw our net again, even as we have heard, to throw our net on this other side. The things we have learned, the things we have learned, go and put it into practice. And we'll come out with big results. Amen. Amen. I also want to thank the management, the board of directors, the church, the elders for this teaching. In fact, we've gotten it free of charge. We didn't pay any cover to learn this thing. Even me, I'm not a teacher, but I have learned so much. In fact, I have learned so much. We are very, very grateful. The Lord will bless you. The Lord will keep increasing you. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to continue to impact lives, teachers in the name of Jesus. Amen. Bless you.
Amen.
As you go, the Lord go with you.
Amen. Amen.
In Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you very much. So a teacher now, Abima, principal.
She was the one that
Closing remark. Who is doing the closing remark? Okay.
praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
Thank God for this training. I do appreciate it a lot. Thanks so much. May God bless you. I have learned a lot. And pray that God will help everybody. I know everybody has learned one thing or another. I pray that God will help us, give us the grace, the strength, and all that it takes, the wisdom to be able to apply, to practice all that we have learned, and that we must. Amen. So that when we come back, we will see on Tuesday. The whole thing about learning, between teacher and students, will take a new dimension and begin to see great progress in our teaching in the name of Jesus. Amen. And then I know that God will help so that even the performance of the students too will also become better, improve to the glory and honor of His name in Jesus' name. Amen. So we are very grateful. Please keep it up. May God meet your own mistake. Amen. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have had. I think the man has not spoken. So Oga, tell us one thing you have learned and summarize it in at least to balance it, right? Your name?
Okay, I did good night.
Okay.
As a teacher, I've learned a lot. Skills and techniques on how to go about teaching subjects.
Okay. Thank you very much. We wish all of you safe journey as you go to your houses, even we. So please, quickly, can we just come here? Let's do. I have a meeting by 3. Let us quickly. Thank you very much. Yeah, right? We can use this place. Or do you prefer another place?